Ladies and gentlemen, I was reading ahead a little bit in terms of Ye Olde walkthrough A's, and I noticed that we're coming to a part, and not super soon, but soon-ish enough, where you will no longer have the ability to grind. And I was staring at that little bullet point, and I realized that that's yet another reason why the end game of this game sucks so badly, is because right about when you get to the worst dungeon in the game with the worst designed and most frustrating enemies in the game, you lose the ability to grind. Because these people have probably heard of game design before, and very clearly have never actually interacted with it before. So, I've been grinding off camera, just to get a nice, backlog of Sepith ready to go. Here we go. Okay, so I've got that set up there. This set up here. I've got this set up over here. Sorry, I've got multiple walkthroughs for this nonsense to make sure to keep track of everything here. Yeah, there's these two completely separate circles. I'm also going to want a certain amount of stuff here. May or may not have. So let's see how much of this crap we have right now. It's probably the best grind spot I've seen so far, though. Because the shiny palm spawns like right here. And the other mobs are these things. And these things are great for building CP. So, kill, grind mobs, kill, grind mobs. It's the same loop it's always been. It's just a little bit smoother than usual. Grind. That's this, isn't it? Yeah. What the hell? Yeah, sorry. There we go. Sorry. Having a weird issue here. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Everything's fine. Everything's on fire. Okay. It is a damn shame these games are so long. Because it would be interesting to compare the remake immediately to this, But we want to hit 2 and then 3. Well, that's what the shiny palms are in this case, Darkrai. It's just you have to grind them. It's the metal slime concept. That's actually what you're referring to. And not every game has well-designed metal slimes. Like Vancity over there has some of the best designed metal slimes in the business. Actually, funnily enough, I was thinking about just JRPGs in general recently because, duh. And it occurred to me, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this without sounding weird. I think I've been taking for granted how relatively well designed on the gameplay axis games like Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy are lately, because they are. Because they're just, in many cases, they're just kind of a higher tier than a lot of their contemporaries on the gameplay axis. Wrath of the Righteous, Rogue Trader, and Empire of Sin. You got it. Thank you, Vancity. As always, much appreciated. I hope your day is going as well as it can be. Now, hang on, I've got a bit of a wish list here, but I'm not sure what I need from it, so let's see. Do I have an EP cut 3? I do. Heal. I don't have here. Action 2. I got plenty of those. Move 2. one of those. Evade 3. Most Final Fantasy games don't have metal slimes. But one of them does, and that's Final Fantasy VI. You know, the best designed of the FFs from a gameplay axis. Huh. I do need an Evade 3. Ouch. I'll take that as a compliment, Valerian. Even though that's probably just something you're saying because people suck at your job. Probably guess on the matter. Oh, that's going to take almost all of my wind. Whatever, let's just commit to it. Okay, then I need an EP2. Age Toho. Yeah, the first game, it's definitely got some potential. There's definitely some positives. Obviously. And it's definitely rough, as most first games are. Relatively new studio. That's the wrong word. A relatively new team at the studio is actually a better way to phrase it. Excuse me. So, relatively new developers who really weren't sure what they were doing and kind of branching out to do their own relatively new thing. Yeah, here we are. Shield is blue. I think, no, it's... I got that right there. Okay, so I have the one shield. I have a Mind 3. Pretty sure I have a Mind 3. Petrify is something I have to get elsewhere. Another Evade 2. I need at least 2 of those, which I have. Scent, I know I have. Hit 3. Yep, got that. Action 2, Defense 2. Okay. Yep. Okay, so that's that party good to go. So what you're saying, Valerian, is you secretly hate me. I suck. I know I have impede 3. I finished that stupid quest. Cast 2, which is blue, I believe. Nope, I'm wrong. Where's Cast? There's Cast 2. I got one of those. Do I need another one? No. Okay. EP cut 3. I don't even have that. Action 2, Shield 3, Defense 3. I even have half of this. It's available for sale. HP 3. Oh no, I do actually have that. No, I don't. I have no HP 3s. This is why I grind. Heal, which I know I have. Cast 2, Mind 2, Cut 2, Defense 3. Which again, I don't think they even sell here. Yeah. That's Shield 3. They do not have Shield, they only have Evade 3 here. Alright. Let's call that good for now. Let's go and advance the plot, shall we? I don't think anybody actually really cares about these games. It's only people care about in gays, too, is that they have a good plot. I mean, everything I've heard is that Game 2 is much better designed on the gameplay axis, so I imagine Game 3 is even better. Like, that would be logical, right? Because of course they have this kind of conveyor belt for an entire airship. Why wouldn't they? Yeah, we were actually talking about that earlier. It's actually a noob trap that you can sell Sepith for money. In fact, the game flat out says, and it's part of the tutorial, don't forget, you could sell Sepith for money. And every vendor in the game lets you sell Sepith to them. In fact, I should honestly give that a negative. Because that is a noob trap. And it's a pretty easy one to fall into. Yeah, exactly, Darkrai. That's pretty much exactly it. Okay, so this is a point of no return. In fact, we've already passed it. Let's do this. Dorothy? What? We're still in crew aboard the last trip? Yeah, how'd you know? The guild tipped me. There's big trouble brewing from my editor Ring's troop. I wanted them to know before they left. What kind of trouble? Well, this is off the record, but it seems members of the Royal Guard in Grancel were just arrested for treason. We'll come back to that. Why is this the song playing for this scene? If you are real close friends, it's going to be tight squeeze for 4 people. It's only half as big on the inside. Gotta have cargo in there for some camouflage's sake. Think of yourselves as filling for a donut. They have an onboard factory. You're welcome to use it. Lyston Fortress is a 30-minute flight. It won't be too comfortable, so you ought to get some rest while you can. It's a 30-minute flight. Whatever. We're being swept north-northeast. Hurry up and get back on course. Every minute you play around is putting Professor Russell in danger. Shut it, old timer. Can't concentrate you barking in my ear like that. What a nice place. Hello, cat. Yes, cat. Factory chief not telling us sooner didn't help either. Show a little trust. Alright, time to pull the Titanic King of the World moment. I'm kidding. Don't do that on an airship. Don't do it on a ship in general, but definitely don't do that on an airship. Yes, cat, I know. The cat's traumatized because I had to vacuum this morning because he keeps leaving a mess everywhere. This cat is the messiest freaking cat, I swear. Look how high up we are. It's been a really long time since I was on an airship. No kidding, we didn't actually have time to go sightseeing on the Sky Bandit ship. Airs were in an exponentially more dangerous situation than we were at that point. We need to stay alert. There's no telling what might happen. Yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, I'd just murder the other guy if I was in the Odd Couple. I'd just straight up murder him in his sleep. Like, oh, I don't feel like cleaning up after myself. I'm still having a hard time wrapping my head around the idea of something like this happening in the barrel, though. Feels like the start of something really big. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. The Sky Bandits, the Men in Black, they're manipulating the Mayor of Ruan behind the scenes. Learn more about them, we might get a solid lead. What? Windows Update's like, hey, you should restart your computer right now. No, I'm good. Windows Update, thanks. Not to mention Dad disappearing like that. Oh, we're saving the professor. We can look around for clues. Oof, okay, that's out of it. Metal part of the slot connectors got loose. I don't ever tell you you're a busybody. That's an insult. Blah, 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 blah. So she's scared, but she has people who are here to support her. He's like, wow, aren't you weird? Who's Misha? How do you know that name? You called me that when you were poisoned. That's something I'm ashamed of. She's my kid's sister. How old is she? Well, she'd be around your age. I only go around once a year. Poor Misha. I just think if I had a big brother, I'd want to be with him all the time. I bet she feels the same way. Yeah, if I was more reliable, maybe I'd be with her. All bracers to the cargo hold. Hey, Sour Cookie. Hey, Bitkiss. So she double-checked the biosensor dampener. This is such a weird song. Okay. Let's do this. Just think, if this was FF11, it would actually make me wait the full 30 minutes for the airshipper to get there. Alright, Estelle, you go on top of Joshua. She actually just blushed at the thought, by the way. Joshua, what about holding this pose? Deal with it. Otherwise, we'll never get the four of us in here. Right. She's blushing. She's blushing. She has to be held in his big, strong arms. What squishable cheeks you have. Eek. Still, I'll go playing around. There, too cramped? No, we can hold out. Don't be stubborn. It's too uncomfortable to say so. Okay, closing the door. We can open the door from the inside, right? Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Alright, so, Lyston Fortress. Now, if you've never played this game before, what would you assume this is? Like, we had to do this whole lead up in order to sneaking in here, and clearly the military is up to no good. So what do you think this part of the game is? Like, gameplay-wise. Interested? I'm here for your request. Chief Gustav's trying to make you come all this way. But I'm impressed. I wasn't expecting to get here so soon. Royal Military is one of my best customers. You folks are always a priority. Not to mention the order center pretty urgent. Already finished maintenance on the patrol ship. So I'm having nothing significant, just your usual military matters. I heard about the attack on the Central Labs. I've recently come to possession of a clue which may help us wrap up this matter in as little as a few days. Well, that's excellent news. Professor Russell's a great inspiration and benefactor. He hasn't been injured. No, he can relax on that score. Oh, can you be so sure? Seems the abductors are demanding a ransom for a safe return. That would suggest he's unharmed, so I don't think that's a concern. Yeah, they never kill the hostages. Hey, I have no idea. You sure your equipment's in working order? Of course it is. It's a central lab-made biosensor. If you say so, it's probably a mouse or some such. Regulations are regulations. Surround the container, men. Open it up. Huh? Oh, it's just Antoine? I have no idea how to pronounce that. Antoine? Okay, so what's with the cat? His name's Antoine. He lives in the Central Labs. I guess he sneaked into the Leibniz. So they give me quite a shock. False alarm, I guess. So one can't blame a cat for being a cat. Hey, if you like it here, you're welcome to stay for a while. Hey, don't try to tempt him. I think it needed a cold shoulder. Haha, too bad. Still, that biosensor's pretty impressive piece of work. Not for that, Antoine would have been packed away in storage. Well, it is a Central Lab make. Alright, man, check the other containers. I appreciate your efforts. We'll bring the containers in tomorrow so you can return to the barracks for now. How long is the current emergency command structure expected to last? That's right, we're Army, sir. Why do we have to associate with them? I don't understand what you're getting at, but it's not the place of a soldier to question the orders of a superior officer. That is a goddamned lie and always has been. Besides, you never know who's watching or listening. Discretion is a must at all times. I feel guilty. Major, I have intel to report. Captain Amalthea has come and wishes to speak with you, sir. Let's see. I suppose I'll have to see what the little vixen has to say. Yeah, sir, question from the back. I can't feel my legs anymore. You okay, Tita? Still fuzzy in the head. I'm glad we got the equipment to work. Yeah, nice job. It was a tight situation. Literally, but you stepped up. Thanks, God. Agate? Whatever. He's right in the containers. See, that's when the other soldier shoots the officer, Darkrai. We're the ones with the guns, sir. Bang. I think the chief put him in there on purpose. False alarm got the soldiers to relax. He kept a cool head, though. Okay. Research lab in the middle. I mean, we're running out of time for Agate to be better in this game, but I believe you. Full heal here while it's here. Yeah, we have Cloud at home. Except less dorky. Which is a shame. Everyone loves dorky Cloud. I mean, this is going to sound very strange, but I think part of the problem is a lot of characters didn't have room to breathe in this game. Which is weird considering how long it is, but I stand by that statement. They are here. The airship from the tower. I thought they might be must be military. Look nothing like regular soldiers, though. Probably a special force here to practice covert ops. No wonder they're so tough. Is my grandpa on there? It's more and more looking more and more likely. But if we try to take them on here, we're gonna have a rough time of it. Alright. So we have to get in some way without being spotted. Let's go here. Oh, so yep. Check the window. Oh god, I remember that skit, Valerian. Iron bars are loaded, so making any noise is going to get even tougher. Professor Russell talking to... Oh my god! Colonel Richard was the bad guy all along! Can I get some lore shocks for this one? Your work on finding a means of controlling this gospel is of great help. On behalf of the Intelligence Division, I extend my deepest gratitude. I should have known you were behind all this. Colonel Richard, Chief of Intelligence. Hard to believe you once served under Cassius. Yes, you and he were friends, if memory serves correctly. We've been looking for him, actually, though we've yet to pin down his exact location. If you have some idea where to base a search, we'd be happy if you have that information. I don't know, not that I'd tell you if I did. No matter. If perchance the gospel were to have been delivered into his hands, I'm afraid it would have presented a problem. However, even if he were to show his face now, he would have no means of stopping this current. The Black Orb, the gospel, as you call it. I just want to know what you plan to do with it. Scratch that. First and foremost, I want to know where you even acquired something that bizarre. I imagine my source would rather their identity be kept a secret. He has been very nice to us, which means he's pure evil, obviously. We've already seen this. Every time someone's nice to us, they're secretly horrifically evil. Okay, that's not 100% true. Anytime an authority figure's been nice... No, that's still not true, because Maybell exists. Damn! Maybell's the exception. You better let a witness to your crimes go free. I assume you intend to do something on a grand scale. I'll leave the particulars up to your fertile imagination. Come the dawn, when everything is realized, you will assist in our research. This invention will bring Libero riches like none had ever before seen. Not interested. Please, Professor, allow me to finish before you give your answer. Shut up, Amalthea. I know you're wet right now. It would be a pity if she were to come into some peril and you were unable to help her. You'd threaten my child to get to me? Tut, Captain Amalthea. It looks like your renowned powers of persuasion are not as elegant as they once were. Pardon me, then. One might say she has a unique sense of humor. I don't want any misunderstandings, but you must understand we are only soldiers. You have my word, no civilians will be involved, save for you, of course. So you're doing this out of some twisted sense of patriotism? The Black Orb that can shut down orbital power. See, so that's your plan, is it? Pardon me. Hello, Lieutenant. The Colonel is presently in a meeting. He wants no interruptions. Amalthea, for real. So, this is actually a common thing. In real life, actually. There's the person in charge, and they want to be seen as the good guy. So they have a lieutenant or a second-in-command, or a lawyer, or someone, and that person's job is to be the bad guy. That's that person's job, is to say the things nobody wants to hear, and to be the focus of all of the ire of the underlings, whether they be employees, or co-workers, or whatever. It is an extremely common tactic. The thing is, from what I understand, that's actually not supposed to be Amalthea, even though she totally has the vibe of that. I think she's just way overzealous and worse than Richard is how I'm going to phrase that. It's alright, give me a report, Lieutenant. There's been activity in Grand Cell. The White Wings were caught in the net, just as you planned. Goodness. Check and mate. Now, Professor, if you'll excuse me. Yeah, exactly. I don't think she's the fall guy. I think she's the sycophant. Like I said, she's just wet for Richard. And I'm saying that crudely because of how much derision I have towards her for it. Something you need, Professor? I'll get you set up with any of the standard amenities. Fine. I used to believe you were different from the others. You were a good, upstanding man. And I overestimated you. Apologies, but you've been abducted by rebels, you see. Rebels against the Queen. Nameless, unknown rebels. Stress that fact, I might even let you write a letter to your granddaughter. Get out of my sight. As you wish. So Colonel Richard was the man behind all this trouble. Again, lore shock. Just looked like he wanted to find my dad. I wonder what that's all about. Who's the masked man? Of course that bastard would show up now. Oof, there it goes. Yeah, as a reminder, several of those Spec Ops people, the Intelligence Division people, were totally cool with murdering civilians. More than once. I was actually just thinking the same thing, Dakota. Not that we have grenades. Although, actually, Tita might have one. I really want to set the score up, but I got a job to do. That takes precedence. Joshua? Huh? Sorry, I just spaced out. You sure you feel that okay? I'm fine. It's no big deal. That was strange, even for you, Joshua. I really wanted to be part of the Grand Cell operation. But no, I'm left regretting an old man. We do so much for the kingdom, all for our dream, all in the Colonel's name, such as the life of the Intelligence Division's Special Ops, I suppose. We're the Colonel's hands and eyes. If you ask me, you're the Colonel's ass! No, that's... Okay, pro tip. Let me share a little tidbit. This is in the realm of video game land, of course, but this also applies in like a realistic perspective, okay? If you have the drop on someone, don't be like, haha, I have the drop on you. No, get in the early surprise attack alpha strike, because that can and will mean the difference between victory and defeat. Jesus Christ. So, one of the things we've been doing for co-op night is we've been playing Baldur's Gate 3, right? Not co-op night, sorry, wrong thing. That's our D&D group. And we've been playing on Turbo Hard. No, I don't mean honor mode. I mean, like, we've actually got mods to make a honor mode even harder than usual, okay? So, I mentioned that because one of the reasons for doing that is because it's fun, first of all. But also because you really have to stretch and use everything at your disposal in order to be able to succeed. Let me tell you, every time, now and again, we don't get an alpha strike on an enemy. It's actually kind of rare because we want every single encounter to start our way, because we're always starting on the back foot. I bring this up because let me tell you, the difference between actually being ready to go versus not is huge. Are they both gunners? Yeah, looks like they are. Like, it is literally the difference between, all right, we got this, and we're dead. Oh, right. You just stand there and be a sponge. Alright, Agate, you had literally one job. Yeah, that extra round of initiative can and does make all the difference. I'm just saying, like, even, let's ignore the obvious stupidity that these people are showing. Let's just ignore that for a second. It would have been a cool gameplay and story integration thing that we just get a free bonus round because we had the jump on them, right? Hell, the game could even, like, have us fighting stuff that's technically higher level than us if they gave us that extra little bonus round as a way to kind of balance the scales. That could be an interesting way to show the team fighting above their weight class, right? But nope. I'm not even sure surprise rounds exist in this game. Like, I'm not sure they could program such a thing with this engine.
Let's move out.
Sucks to be you. It's no fun when someone gets back at you for making a fool of them, huh? Good not to carry a grudge, you know. Now it's a race against time. We have to get the professor out of here as quickly as possible. Speech. Yeah, see, I was thinking maybe there might be a way to, like, jury rig a surprise round by technically giving the entire party an interrupt action, but I'm not even sure that would work. So, you're back. Enough! I told you, I don't want any... Grandpa? I must be dreaming. Grandpa! Oh, thank goodness you're okay. And she's crying. This isn't a dream. You not. Professor, you don't look like you're feeling so hot. The Factory Chief Murdoch asked us to come get you out of here. I'm impressed. You actually sneaked in here? Sneaked in here? Yeah, exactly. Give the players some legendary actions as a way to kind of force that. So much like your father. Not a lick of common sense between the two of you. Yeah, seriously, can we go? You look like you came in from the wrong side of the barn. I can tell that at least. You have the head like a chicken. For real, can we go, please? Can we go? Can we please go? Can we please go? Can we please go? Oh my god! So yeah, they're going to use the gospel to shut off all the orbments as part of their evil, evil scheme. It's very evil. Meanwhile, Agate is yelling at them for talking too much. Yeah. Can we go, please? Jesus Christ, we're in the middle of a military base. Can we go? Okay, as usual, us leaving the soldiers alive has caused an issue. I've never seen it used as such, Zar. So, I don't know. That's a lot of troops. That's probably a little bit out of our pay grade right there. Thank goodness they stopped. Thank goodness we wasted so much time yapping. So Legendary Resistance is a little different. And that's when the mob can burn a Legendary Resistance token, of which they usually have 3, to just say, no, I succeeded my saving throw. That's it. Good morning, Evo. It's awfully noisy outside. Sounds to me like someone's breaking in. You know what? Who's breaking in? Nobody's allowed to break in until we break out. Nobody. Easy, bro. You know our little escape path won't ever. Yep, we went straight to jail just for you. I'm back in the dungeon at the Hacking Gate. Yep, we are minutes from the end of Chapter 3. You guys are... You're the punks from before. Long time no see. Yeah, we're not done with Team Rocket. There are 4 chapters, Evo. We have a chance of beating the game tomorrow, I'd say. The only thing you're good for is handling the pull air for brains. Just trying to be polite. It'll make you feel better. Insult me all you want. They're trying to play it cool. So you know these folks. Yeah, they're the capitalist Sky Bandits. They hijacked that airliner. I heard stories about them. They used a very high-powered airship, didn't they? Heard it's of Imperial make, but I'm curious about the specs. Yeah, it's got a top speed of 2,300 cells per hour. I mean, why should I have to answer your questions? How would we, Petty? Grandpa, I don't think this is the right time for asking about this kind of stuff. Wait just one damn minute. Why are you bracers here in the first place? You the cause of that siren? Sorry we intruded. You're the intruders, right? Hey, let us out of here. Hey. These guys have some connection to the Men in Black, right? But they got arrested by Colonel Richard, which means that Colonel's trumping it up as one of his accomplishments. And Mayor Dalmore was used in a similar fashion. Anyways. I mean, we could also let them out just as basic decency. One way out, as they say. Oh, by the way, check it out. It restarts every time you load a zone. Yeah, that is weird that that little scene is there at all. Did I miss something here? Oh, there we go. Sorry, the guide said to go right instead of left, so I was going right. Here they come. There's no time. We must follow the mysterious voice that calls us forward that we can't see down this large, empty hallway. They can throw their voice really hard, apparently. Spectacularly close. I knew it. Lock it, just to be on the safe side. I like how Joshua has picked up immediately on what's going on. What are you planning? Oh my gosh. Colonel Richard ordered you to keep me locked up. I'm very sorry about that. He's already seized control of the Royal Armed Forces by using his position in the Intelligence Division. The main generals were given the choice of obeying him or being imprisoned. Colonel Morgan refused to obey him, and as such is currently imprisoned in Hacken Gate. Yes, that's right. That Morgan. It's getting serious. What the hell? I forgot things were bad. Not that bad. How did the military structure get that fragile? Fortunately, observance of military regs have been breaking down ever since the end of the war. Particularly since the top brass haven't stopped embezzling and accepting bribes. No comment. Colonel Richard just took advantage of the situation. So he used the existing corruption and weakness to seize control. Precisely. General Morgan in custody, that leaves Colonel Richard as the man in charge of the entire Royal Armed Forces. Also, that implies Morgan was part of the corruption, which I completely believe. What about Queen Alicia? Doesn't Supreme Command of the Army rest with the Queen? Another thing I will not comment on. Strangely enough, Queen Alicia has kept silent in the matter. The Royal Guardsmen are actually being sought for questioning on suspicion of treason. Treason? Lieutenant Schwartz, too? The attack on the Central Factory has been pinned on the Royal Guardsmen. There's even photographic evidence, as I understand it. Dorothy's pictures. Just doesn't seem right. The factory's all messed up, and Grandpa was kidnapped. Agate was almost killed. You can't go around blaming people for something like that. Thank you, Tita. I really don't know what to tell you. You never disobeyed a direct order from a superior officer, but since I never voiced my objections, my fault. First of all, yes, you do. Second of all, yes, it does. I know this will not make up for all I've done, but I was hoping it would go some way for atoning for my actions. You've had a tough time of it, haven't you? Well, if all you said is true, I suppose I can forget. I've been prepared to brain you with a wrench and soften up that hard head. Pity. Sorry. It was a joke, dear. Okay, we've got everything, but what are you planning to do now? Are you planning on hiding us till the heat dies down? No, I have a much better solution. There's a way for you to escape the fortress through this room. Ah, I get it. Secret passage or something, right? Very astute, boy. Hello, Triaxial. What? Stop staring at me. Stop staring. Why do you stare? Okay. The emergency escape hatch leads to an underground aqueduct. There's a boat set up there, so you should be able to use it and escape. Legally, even my telling civilians about it would let me 10 years in prison. But even if military regs won't forgive me, I think IDOs probably will. I actually know someone, who I will not name, who was in the military who actually refused an order to fire on someone he believed was a civilian. It was one of those situations where they weren't sure if it was a civilian, if you understand. But because there was uncertainty there, he refused to fire on that person. He basically torpedoed his career over that. Still did it. And he's told me to my face that he has never regretted that action. To be honest, I was expecting this the moment I first saw you. Huh? You mean when we met in the front gate? Yeah, as soon as I heard your last name. After all, you're the children of Colonel Cassius, are you not? My dad really had a rank that high? Richard may be a colonel now, but he served under your father back in those days. Your dad was a real hero. Thanks to his efforts, we were able to defeat Ereboni in the war 10 years ago. Being as you're his children, I'm not surprised you found out the truth and came to help the professor. Really? But you never said anything about being any kind of military hero. This is not the time for this! God damn it! Not you, Cat. You're fine. Yeah, no kidding. Blade took all. Oh, the sirens are. It's more asterisky than you'd think, Czar. And that's the answer to that. Legally, a soldier in the United States military is not just, like, defended for questioning orders, but is actually compelled to. Legally. And legally, you are not allowed to be punished for doing such a thing. In reality land, there tends to be some kind of... It's the same thing that happens in the corporate world, right? Well, I can't discriminate against you because you're female, but I could give you all of the bad jobs. That kind of a thing, right? And so that kind of thing absolutely happens in the United States military. And the only reason I'm distinguishing U.S. military is because I'm actually not sure how the rest of the world works. I can't speak to that. So yeah, you can say no, and the law will actually be on your side if you do so. But that probably will lead to a court-martial, and remember, a court-martial can go any which way. And yeah, that's also true. Hey, Mr. Red. Someday you might be finished with this page. Someday. Wow, we sure are out of range of that military base. Looks like they haven't started patrolling over here yet. Major Sid may be keeping them busy. But if we waste any time here, we're probably going to have to deal with a pursuant force. That's actually insane, Lucas Slaughter. I might have to look that name up. Insane in a good way. Like, impressive. You two fall back. Huh? What do you mean? The intelligence division knows my face all too well by now. Same goes for Tina and the old man. They have no idea you two are involved unless old Sid blabs. So I'm getting out of here and taking them with me. We'll lay low for a while somewhere else. I understand. The fewer people implicated in this, the better. In fact, I never want Tina to get wrapped up in this in the first place. When I think about them taking hostages to force cooperation, it makes the most sense for us to both get out of here. He asked us to turn our backs on you just to keep ourselves safe. That's totally bonkers. We never agree to that. Thank you, Estelle. Right, Joshua? Actually, I agree with Agate's assessment. According to the theory of retreat and cover, the more people there are together, the greater chance of detection. We have to make the party size smaller, Estelle. You don't understand. I get your idea in theory. You don't agree, I see it all written all over your face. How about I send you on an important mission instead? Something I certainly can't do unto myself, given the circumstances. Go to Grand Cell. Speak with Her Majesty. The aforementioned Black Orbment, it originally fell into Colonel Richard's hands. He referred to it as the Gospel. As in religious teachings? That's certainly an ominous sounding name. Apparently the Gospel was taken from the Intelligence Division, but by whom I couldn't say. It was sent out in a package addressed to Cassius. However, Intelligence got wind of our little blackout from before. Must have realized the Black Orbment was involved here in Zeiss. I suspect that was their true objective in attacking the factory. They came to retrieve the Gospel. I see, that explains a lot. Colonel Richard has some kind of plan to use it in the capital. Unless I missed my guess, something very bad is coming. Her Majesty must be informed at once. So how do we, like, get in? What's our in? You're fine, Tita. We'll see you in the future, hopefully. And not with Agate. Hug. Thanks for helping my grandpa and for being my friend. I love you both. Love you too, Tita. It's okay. It's okay. She's half bad. She's not half bad in combat. There's more to being an adult than that. You're one to talk, Agate. End of chapter 3. Wee! Wee! Sorry. Chloe, this way. He's actually slightly less unlikable, but I'm not getting rid of that negative. He spent too many hours being a dick. Exit onto the Royal Avenue from here. Head to Grand Cell. The men are causing enough of a diversion. The security should be stretched pretty thinly. If everyone looks okay, you can keep on to the Bracer Guild without getting spotted. I understand. But what about you? I'll hold the enemy here. No, you can't. I can't go on my own. I'll fight at your side. Well, I'll have something to protect. I'll stay here for my convictions and my duty. Most importantly for you, my lady. Forgive my impertinence, but you are of paramount importance to me. By the way, happy birthday, Esmeristar. I offer you this eel that's on a bed of rice with some... Hide that off to the side. Promise me you won't do anything reckless. We will meet again in better circumstances and make tea with my grandmother. I'll bake for you. I'll try a new recipe. I'll bake you something sweet and delicious. I look forward to it. Now please hurry. Sieg, look after her for me. Nice, Lucas Slaughter. Three men and 5 dogs. I think you underestimate me. As he taught me how to wield the blade, the time has come. The time to truly use it has come. I, Julius Schwartz, commander of the Royal Guardsmen, will not yield. Screed. I'll be alright. I want you to go back to see to Julia. I can't bear to just leave her. Thank you. Just like she said, security's much lighter this one. Let's brace your guild quickly. Or I could get attacked. Oh no, that's rain. Is it now when Estelle and Josh are supposed to arrive in town? It can't be. You know, if you'd kept running instead of standing there talking to yourself out loud, you might have accomplished something, Chloe. Like, I like you, Chloe, but Jesus Christ, lady. She's operating in broad daylight. Fancy meeting you here. The terrain is 3D. The sprites are actually 2D sprites. Chloe Rins, enrolled at the Social Studies program at Genis Royal Academy. If I could have a quick word with you? Oh no, there's an interesting spot. Hello, Olivier. You remember him? Don't worry, he's in like all of these games, so there's no getting away from him. The Dark Cloud looms. Who'd they get for him? Matt Mercer? Actually, here's a real question. Who voices him in the remake? A dark cloud looms over the royal city, and yea, it signals a passion most black. With so fascinating a shade of black, it seems. You're such an idiot. Am I perchance dreaming? Mula, my boon companion. Because we need more characters in this game. On what wind did you fly hither? Wind? What are you talking about? I'm here because I've had to follow your stupid ass all over Eidos' damned creation. You have any idea how much time this has cost me? Oh, please, my head, dear. Don't hide behind such base profanities. Your lips spit venom, but the fire in your eyes show the depth of worry that drove you onward to my side. Love, it is truly blind. It doesn't even make... No more words, dear Mueller. Fly, fly to my embrace. I came here because I'm trying to bring you information that you asked for. Guess you'd rather hug than talk. Oh, I'm hoist with my own petard. Very well, let us talk. Yes, like sane people. As you wish. What news, my lord? What news for your humble Olivier? No? No. Alright, no clowning then. Don't play like that, brother. Give a man some information. Lay it on, my man. You're making me stupider just by being around you. Yeah, I'll tell you, just stop opening your mouth and making sound come out of it. Huzzah! Regarding the guy we were talking about before, I managed to pick up his trail. From what I found, he was at one of the Erebonian Bracer guilds until about a month ago. Over the past several months, all of the guild branches of the Empire have been attacked, one after another. Seems he was supposed to be investigating why. I should think it unlikely, but might these have been perpetrated by a military unit somewhere? He picked up on it too. It's not the world of 10 years ago anymore, though. As far as I know, no military force has been giving marching orders. I'll bet that someone hired the Jaegers to pull this off. Anyway, our boy's trail stopped for a while. Right when that case was solved. Excuse me. Ugh. Oh dear, oh dear. Took such pains coming to Liberal. It would seem I was following a wild goose. I guess so, but the band of rafters in here, there's no real reason to stick around, is there? That storm you're talking about is about to get worse. A lot worse. You should come back to the Imperial capital before you get caught in it. Ever a jester, how can I bear to part with the opportunity to play a role in the finest opera ever? What? Tell me I'm not actually thinking of... I am, you might say, already in costume. Sadly, the lead is unavailable, so the understudies must be used. I have the utmost faith between the two of them that they'll put on a grand performance. Evil laughter. Final chapter. So, as Miristar asked an interesting question, do I prefer 2D terrain and 3D characters, or 3D terrain and 2D characters? And I've actually encountered quite a bit of both. And based on that alone, I'm actually going to go ahead and answer fairly firmly. I prefer 2D backgrounds and 3D characters. In both cases, it depends on implementation and design and blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, the games we've been playing over the last few weeks have really been putting into my perspective that FF9, I'll just zoom in on that game in specific, just looks so much better than any of the rest of this stuff. And has a lot more potential, too. You can really play with it a lot more. And they do in 9 and 8 both. It'll be nice when all this craziness ends. Yeah, in about 6 years. Something like that. There's no evidence to suggest you were involved in the security breach of the fort. It should be fine. I'd advise you go there before a full investigation has begun. That too, sour cookie. And besides, they can also do 2D and backgrounds with 3D elements to the backgrounds, which is also something some of the more interesting games have pulled off. I kind of thought it'd be cool to walk around the kingdom, but oh well. Yeah, so we're going to take an airship because it would literally take too long to walk. Kind of in a hurry. You have guaranteed seats on a Grensel-bound airliner. We're paying your way, so all you need to do is check in. The tickets are simply a business expense. A letter of recommendation is for the superlative job you've done. We did rescue the professor. We're up to 216 BP. Not bad. The max is 290, I do believe. Now that is true, Blakewell. You can't do this with a 2D background. But, you know... You ever have one of those things, Mr. Rick can probably attest to this, you ever have one of those things that sounds like a good idea and then isn't? I don't mean to sound unkind about that. It's just that's a very common thing. Where you're like, oh man, it'd be so cool to have a full 3D camera. But I've played several games that don't really know what to do with a fully 3D camera. Don't mistake me. There are also games that know how to use the camera quite well. But, like, I was being asked this specific approach, right? You know, a functionally 2D JRPG of this style, would I prefer? I guess I should be JRPG. RPG. Would I prefer the static background or would I prefer the 3D background? And, yeah, especially after Xenogears and, frankly, this very game, I think the 2D background would have actually worked better. Now, what was I doing? North. Interesting, easel. You maybe? Yep. Boarding papers, tickets. Is you. Exactly, Silver Cookie. That's a really good example. I think the cat's playing dumb. Look, harbor cats are a valuable and I think I'll use the word venerated profession. Whether it's an airship port or a ship port, you want to have a cat on hand. Yeah, one second, I just realized to jot down a little bit to figure out what we're doing next. And then this. Okay. Yep, vermin hunters. Not just rodents, not just, like, rats. There's plenty of things you do not want in your port. And we'll get there. I'm telling you, Mr. Red, FF14 does that. Straight up. It is the proof of concept. We've had trouble. We received a communique from the Airship Corporation. The ship will be arriving a few hours late. Something like that. Sounds to me terrorists staged an ambush to disrupt the Queen's birthday celebration. All ships are grounded at port while military conducts inspections. They're probably looking for the Professor's crew. The ship bound for Gransel is being held up in Rouen. Apparently, military guard ship is coming here from Leiston Fortress instead. If that's the case, you're going to be extremely busy soon, aren't you? Yeah, no kidding. I'd explain the situation to customers. You two have a good chunk of time to kill. If you want to get to the Bracer Guild, I can get in touch with there. Okay. Well, this stinks like last year's diapers. If the military's coming here, I know they'll want to check out the Leibniz. Better have a talk with the factory chief. I ain't so senile, I need a couple of punks to tell me to be careful. Yeah, this could put the airliner in danger. We got time. Maybe we should take the highway? Oh man, it's been so long since I got to ride an airship, too. This is all your fault, Colonel Richard. Look at this as an ongoing opportunity to advance your training. It's Batman Day. Oh my god, my parents! No! They've been really tight-lipped about Alicia this entire game. She's been referenced since the first chapter. You know, the military is already here. Yeah, the problem with Richard is he's competent. Which, yeah. He's just like bustling. I believe I'll go see the factory chief. I have to admire the colonel for planning all this. Yes, that's not what we usually use the word admire for, but okay. Okay, Hardy, anytime we want to go back to normal running speed, we'll be fine. Waste more time here. The intelligence division will catch up with us. We should head to the town. Take East Road to get to Groundsel, right? Yep. Let's go. We have not seen the Queen yet, no. You've got to be kidding, Easel. Oh, speaking of which, sorry. I even have this up and ready to go for this. Let me read the newspaper. According to an announcement made by the Royal Army Intelligence Division, a terrorist attack occurred at the Zeiss Central Factory. Concrete details remain scarce, but the smoke canisters deployed by the criminals caused a temporary state of panic. After the incident, residents witnessed soldiers dressed in blue uniforms exit the building. The Royal Army has expanded checks and is currently tracking the phony soldiers' movements. Related to the blue uniforms report at the scene, several witnesses have indicated they were uniforms worn by the Royal Guard. The Intelligence Division has avoided making statements regarding the matter, but if this information proves to be true, the implications could affect the entire Royal Army. We'll carefully follow how this situation develops in the near future. In the evening, 2 days prior to the incident, an unusual phenomenon occurred within the city of Zeiss, which caused all ordnance to black out temporarily. The Royal Army is investigating whether or not there is any connection to recent terrorist attack. Oh, neck. Yeah, I don't know why they decided to hide so many of the books and newspapers in this game. Again, it almost feels unintentional, but in some cases, like, there's no way that's an accident, right? Anyways, so, the perpetrator's objective in the latest terrorist incident is still unclear at this time. The Liberal News has therefore compiled some of the theories. Theory number 1, Imperial conspiracy. The Imperial forces were behind the incident in order to get their hands on Central Factory's technology. This theory suggests a mercenary force, like the Jaeger Corps, was used to carry out the actual attack. Theory 2, an insurrection within the Royal Army. An insurgency was carried out by a part of the Royal Army, and in order to send a shockwave across the kingdom, the same group sought to occupy the Central Factory. However, without any prior incident from the military, this theory does not seem plausible. Theory 3, attacked by the Ancient Dragon, a rather odd theory by a group of researchers that purport that the Ancient Dragon living in the mountainous region attacked the Central Factory. This theory may be best addressed by returning to it a few weeks to see if any verifiable evidence has been left behind. Meanwhile, tourism, the Annenberg Wall, the last line of defense during the 100 Days' War, which protected the royal city from the invading Imperial Army. This wall, likened into a protective shell, encompassed the whole of Grancel. It is one of the ancient ruins. Actually, I could show this to you, this thing. Check this out. Boop. It's that giant wall around Grancel right there. That's visible on the map. This wall, likened into a protective shell, encompassed the whole of Grancel as one of the several ancient ruins scattered across the kingdom. If one were to climb atop the ramparts from both the Garoon and Sanctheim gates, one might be able to see the wisdom of the ancients coursing through the majestic structure. This time I'll be introducing a hotel rather than an inn. The hotel of which I speak, the Roenbaum, boasts of the highest pedigree in the entirety of the Lower Barrel Kingdom. This hotel stands next door to Grancel Castle, a location other establishments can only dream of, and it's just a few minutes' walk from Grancel's East Block. If one intends to fully enjoy the annual festivities, this is one place which should not be left off your list, and especially for those celebrities from all walks of life, by all means, take this opportunity to experience the critically acclaimed services. So I'm double checking when exactly some of these unlock. Looks like this next one will be unlocked as soon as we get to the next town. So I'll keep that ready to go there. This way, I do believe. I think. Yep. And no wonder her heart's pounding. Look at this racing pace here. Just the Sancthon Gate. Looks a lot more like the Grun Gate back in Roland. Well, both gates get through the same wall. Onberg Wall completely surrounds the Grand Cell region. It was built almost 1,000 years ago, but it's solid enough that it held off the Imperial forces. Sure looked like it'd take more than a few guns to knock her down. Still looks like a tourist attraction. Wonder we could climb up to the top, check out the view. You're planning to get up there and sprint along the walls, aren't you? I didn't say that. I was just thinking. It'd be nice for us to have a nice, quiet lunch together. Just, the two of us. Just, talk about whatever, you know. Isn't that what we always do? Never mind. Let's just get the paperwork done. Are you mad about something? It's just you. Let's go in and forget this whole conversation. Alright, now let's see if it'll let me turn around. I'm actually curious. Oh, it will! Holy crap. I'm legitimately shocked. Be a 1,000-year-old thing built by the ancients, yada yada yada. This is probably the cutoff point. What's with you kids these days? Are you brave or just crazy? Got some kind of hiking date on the highway? What? A date? It's nothing like that. We're brother and sister. Funny, you don't look like siblings, but you do have the same last name, I guess. Estelle, you seem very preoccupied all of a sudden. You okay? You want to stop and rest? No, I'm fine. Let's just get to the capital. 200 date. Are you going to see the martial arts competition? Yeah, by the way, we've already had the school section. Now we have to have the arena section. The arena arc? Oh god, what's that called? It's apparently a really common thing in an anime. Tournament! Thank you, God. Yes, we're about to have the tournament arc. I know some of this is optional. I don't remember how much. I also remember this being a pain the last time I did this. Something wrong? That emblem on your chest. I did notice it because you're Are you bracers? Yeah. No, not a problem exactly. Jeez, I never thought. Are you loitering while on duty? No, he's literally doing his job. Guess that these two are bracers. Bracers, huh? You two. I'd like a few minutes of your time, if that's alright. We do need to get to the capital. Ask the nature of your business? What? Well, we have a job. What kind of job? Professor, how do I put this? I'm sorry, we have an official guild contract. Our business is with our client, and it's a private matter. Sounds suspicious to me. You're gonna have to explain yourselves. Look, I don't see what the big problem is. Well, we received information from military high command. The Royal Guardsmen have revolted against the Queen and are staging terrorist attacks. It seems some of the terrorists have disguised themselves as bracers. So in orders to detain anyone claiming to be a bracer. What? That's enough, soldier. Sorry, we're under strict orders. Until we can confirm your identification, you're to remain here. You can't be serious. Ah, there you are. Hello, Professor Alba. I've been waiting for you. If you finished your paperwork, let's get going. I apologize, Professor. It seems we've hit a small snag that might delay our departure somewhat. Joshua's immediately on board, of course. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a specialist of archaeology, Professor Alba. I'm from North Ambria State. I'm here in Liberal for investigative research. She did. She actually said the professor. Now, that was a doofus move on her part, but this is actually some pretty good rolling with it. Will you process this man's identification? Yes, sir. His passport checks out. The Grand Cell History Museum will vouch for him as well. Well, everything appears to check out. I apologize for the delay, Professor Alba. So what relationship do you have with these two? They're bracers. They've saved my life quite a number of times. I decided to have them accompany me to the capital. Isn't that correct, Joshua, Estelle? Yes, that's it. That's it, all right. It seems you have enough proof of your identity. I apologize for the misunderstanding. No, it's not a problem. We know how it is to have strict protocols. No hard feelings. I swear I'm going to get wrinkles if there are any more surprises. I mean, you started playing along so fast with the professor. It's because he has a brain. I had hoped you'd catch on a little bit quicker, though. Excuse me for the poor performance, Mr. Silvertongue. Not all of us can just lie with such a straight face. I don't remember Lucas Slaughter. Because I know I've done it, but I don't remember if that was last playthrough or this playthrough. Sorry to surprise you. It just seemed you two were in some trouble, so I spoke up. Should I not have? No, we're definitely in trouble back there. Thank you, Professor Alba. We appreciate all your help, Professor Alba. My way of returning the failure. Still, though, what was that argument all about anyway? I heard something about some terrorist attack. There's a gang of criminals out there who've been causing trouble while disguised as normal citizens. The two of us were suspected of being in said gang. Yeah, can you believe that? I swear every single person in the military has a massive stick up their... Oh, shit. Very troubling indeed, the situation and the imagery. By the way, I heard the incident at the Cornelia Tower wound up getting complicated. How'd that turn out for you? Well, there were a few loose ends, but for the most part, we managed to get things done. I expected you to do well. I could tell you two had the beginnings of great bracers in you the moment we met. I'm happy to see I was right. Yeah, this is our fourth time interacting with him right here. We don't deserve that. We've still got a lot to learn. We're still in training. But, Professor, what brings you to a place like this? I'm on my way to the capital. I was originally going to take a ship, but I found myself short of funds. Oh, well, archaeologists need exercise too, so the walk should do me good. You don't have to beat yourself up like that. But still, you sure are poor. We scholars of the humanities all have financial issues. Especially archaeology. Any money I make goes straight to the next excavation. That's too bad. You're sure lucky running into you back there. Do you want to come along with us to the capital? Well, just a moment. I'm sure the professor's very busy with his own. No, I'd love to. The road could be dangerous. Having you two nearby would be a great relief. It's not that far, anyways. Yeah, we're not producing any ancient artifacts. Guns, so... So 30. Sorry, 1 second, please. There. Okay. Sorry about that. Paperwork thing on the side. Pot o' meat. I wouldn't mind eating a pot o' meat. That sounds good. Holy crap. Yes. Can I help you? Looks like an army in it. No tourists allowed at the Arabe Royal Villa. Do you not see the ordinance that was just posted over the city streets? We're not citizens of Grand Cell. We're just recently came here by way of the Sangthang Gate. Travelers, hard to believe anyone would want to walk on the highways with terrorist activity going on. Talk about reckless. Setting aside terrorist discussion for a second. What's the Arabe Royal Villa? It's a small palace to the east where the royal family resides. I was given to understand the townsfolk often went there to relax. David Lodge for Alba, huh? Now that is interesting. Sorry, it's off limits for now. The army's using it as a base of operations for investigating terrorist activities. The roads nearby aren't off limits, but I'd suggest you keep away, just to make sure no one mistakes you for one of the bad guys. Right. Well, that's certainly grim. Personally, being told not to go somewhere just makes me want to go and see what all the fuss is about. What do you say? I want to poke around? Not that I'm not curious. We did just get that warning, so I think it's best to hold off. There may actually be terrorists. I think the intelligence division is just using the Royal Guardsmen and bracers as scapegoats. Hell. You need not say things like that out loud. If someone overhears you, we're apt to get caught up in it. Intelligence what now? Sorry, it's nothing. Anyway, let's head to the city. Oh, all right, you kids are no fun. That can't be who I'm thinking. Hang on. David Lodge. No, that's him. I cannot imagine him voicing Alba. I mean, David Lodge is a great voice actor. He voices Louis Swa in FF14 for a bit of perspective. Ooh, there's a new trailer for Endless Legend 2.
Say no more. I live again. How long has it been since I tasted death? Say
That's the voice actor who plays Alba. He has a pretty distinctive voice.
no more. I will sever their heads from their bodies.
Yeah, anyways, moving on. Yeah, Nazgrim. And Louis Swa. And a bunch of other. He's actually pretty prolific. He's a great actor. But. Oh, this city's freaking huge. Dad used to take me a long time ago. Was it really this big then? It is the biggest city in the kingdom. Grensel's castle is just past the main road. That's where the queen lives. Those are also the cathedral, the grand arena, and all the embassies. You sure know a lot about this city. You must have been here before, right? Yeah, when I was little. No matter how many times I see it, this city still amazes me with its beauty. Purely in terms of scale, I believe the Imperial and Republican capitals are larger, but neither feels as elegant and refined as Switzerland. I mean, Grenzel is. Although I don't actually know the capital of Switzerland off the top of my head, so... I could bug the people at the museum. Yeah, I know, easily. Richard Epcar is incredibly distinct. In fact, I don't think he has the ability to sound like anything other than himself. Limited range. So it's really obvious every time it's him. Now, David Lodge played someone else in Persona 5. Burn. Is Burn an elegant city? I don't know what you're talking about, Easel. Stab! Alright, there we go. I love it. You can talk to the ice cream vendor and sell Sepith to them. Ooh, they have gorgeous crepes. A hearty dessert nearly overflowing with cream. Sorry, I mentioned it because several people, both in chat and on the YouTube comments, have mentioned that this is probably supposed to be Switzerland. Liberal, I mean. I don't know that name easily. I might recognize the actress, but I don't know the name. Well, there's that Defense 3 I'm gonna need. I just need one of... No, I need two of those. Ouch! I can't afford two of those. Ugh. So I have 1 HP 3. And looks like I only need 1. Good. Okay, how about Mind 3? Okay, I'll need one of those. Is Freeze on this list? I hope not. Nope, okay. Attack 3? Nope. I do not believe you, Evo. Cold does not exist anymore. We have entered the age of Arrakis. Or the age of Higara, if you prefer. So I already have the one I need for that. I think I don't need a second one. Okay, good. What about action 3? I feel like I need some action 3s. And I am wrong. I do not need an action 3. Okay. That's EP cut 3. Oof, yeah, I need that. Looks like just the one though. Nope, I need 2 of those. Can I afford 2 of those? No, I cannot. Ooh, okay. 1 EP cut 3. How about EP 3? Looks like I only need 1 of those, so I'm good on that. So actually, the only thing I'm missing from the intended bill here is 1 EP cut 3. I think. I'm reading this right. Yeah. So I would need... I even grinded this morning just to prevent this problem, but I need another 700 black materia, or quartz, excuse me. 639 black materia. Whatever. I'm just gonna live without that. May fortune smile upon you. They went together, I think we may have succeeded. Now you got it. You're participating, I expect nothing less than everything you've got. Can't let those army goons beat us. Now then, we ought to begin going soon. Alright, artist who's drawing for this game, I need you to draw sketches for 4 characters, only show up for 2 scenes. No, I need a full sketch, as if they're a main character. Get to it, chop chop. Pardon the intrusion. Oh, it isn't Estelle and Joshua. Oh, Karna, fancy meeting you here. Yes, we met once during the whole Sky Bandit incident. You're the rookie with Shara, right? Long time no see. What brings you to Grand Cell? I'll field that one. They have to hurry or else they'll be late. Oh, you're right. Sorry. Bye. 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 Must be so awesome to be a full-fledged bracer. Indeed, they all look pretty tough. But you were talking about something when we came in. Well, yes, they're leaving to participate in the tournament! Whoa, a tournament arc. I'm Estelle Bright, Zeiss Branch, Joshua, same affiliation, Elna, Grand Cell Branch, Miss Gillick got in touch with me, blah 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 blah, change affiliation. Here we go, okay. I'm in Cassius's debt. Is it true he set on a journey from which he has not yet returned? Yeah, it's been like a month or 2 at this point. The Army's current counterterrorism activities have made it difficult for us to do our jobs. With a former soldier like Cassius, I'd hoped it'd smooth things over. Something wrong? Actually, we know what's going on behind the scenes with all of that. Let's tell you everything that happened. Explain. What's wrong? Nothing. It's just a lot to take in. So Colonel Richard is actually in control of the Royal Army. And the counterterrorism is just a farce by the Intelligence Division. It's a little difficult to believe. But it's true. Talk with Killica. She'll confirm our story. That's alright. It's not that I don't believe you. On the contrary, a few pieces of the puzzle just fall into place, as it were. Our Colonel Rich is an extremely popular man in this city. I've been sympathetic to him all this time. The citizens would never dream he'd be involved in this kind of conspiracy. The intelligence divisions played everyone for fools. The Bracers Guild cannot directly interfere with military matters, but neither can we simply stand back and watch. Did you accept the Professor's request? Yep. How do I get an audience with Her Majesty? That's an issue. Ordinarily, a guild letter alone would get you in. Oh, no way. No need to worry, then. Still, I really don't think it's going to be quite that simple. No matter how you look at it, the Royal Guards are supposed to be protecting the castle or being treated as terrorists. Do you understand what that means? I think it means that... hang on. Double check here. Just making sure. Apparently, this is the thing. Odds are the Colonel has a strong hold in Grancel Castle as he did in Leiston Fortress. In other words, there's no simple way we're going to get in touch with Her Majesty. We could sneak in like we did at Leiston. I doubt they'd be so foolish as to fall for the same trick twice. In that case, why don't we just try to going like normal and see what happens? We play our cards right, we might get some useful info out of the Gatekeeper. Fine by me, but keep the fact that we want to see the Queen to yourself. If Colonel Richards gets wind of it, he'll likely cause us no end of trouble. Well, okay. I believe it would be a good idea to keep this whole matter under wraps for the time being. I must need to get more intel. Just so you know, the Royal Street Castle is off the main street directly to the north. Let's do this. That's right, they're about to do the preliminaries of the tournament. The tournament. I've got an idea. Let's take all those prisoners and make them fight, and we'll tell them they get reduced sentences the better they do. I know, Lucas Slaughter. Oh, actually, you know what? While we're here. No? There it is. God, these are expensive as hell. I should sell some of my Mira for money. Why don't we get airships? I want an airship. I mean, it's called Trails in the Sky. Surely we get some kind of airship, right? No? Okay. The trails are left by the airships you get to watch and not actually have. Okay, new weapons, new armor. Let's get out of here. Oh. Oh my gosh, the Queen is ill, and the government's forcing people to take time off. Very non-suspicious. Oh, that poor kid. Being a delivery boy in a city this size. He doesn't even get a bicycle. Come on. You have airships. Surely you have bikes. So there's the Bern Castle. I mean Grancel Castle. Fit for a queen. You can just climb up the walls. We got this. I've played Assassin's Creed. You're disturbingly good at coming up with that kind of stuff. Yeah, he has a high charisma score. And wisdom, I would say, would be the other high one. Good afternoon. Welcome to Grancel Castle. Please say your business. We're just getting here from Roland. Taking in the sights, you might say. We're wondering if there's any chance we might get a tour of the castle. I get it. Sorry, but access to the castle is restricted to authorized person only. Security's been tied up with the terrorism scares. Once the terrorists are caught, tours open up again. Really? Dang. I guess my dream of seeing the Queen in real life. No, not necessarily. She always addresses the people from her terrace during the birthday celebration. You can see her then. Fair warning, though, Her Majesty hasn't been in the best of health lately. I don't know if she'll be able to manage her traditional greeting. Huh? Majesty's ill? Yeah, I hear it's because of stress. Or maybe the shock of learning the Royal Guardsmen were involved in a terrorist plot. She hasn't been seen much lately. I believe she's resting in her private quarters. Oh. Damn the Guardsmen. How could they turn traitor like that? Never did like those damned elitist jerks anyways. Lieutenant Schwartz was always so kind and considerate. She even taught us court etiquette and how to wield a sword. It's just hard for me to picture someone like that as a terrorist. Of course it's hard. She probably left because she felt responsible for her men's actions. Or Lieutenant Schwartz. I suppose these two had a little crush on the lieutenant, do you? Yeah. Anyways, yes, castle's off limits. Sorry. That's that. I'm just a tad bit worried. If Her Majesty's taken sick, who's seeing to her daily affairs and running the country? Well, it's certainly natural enough concern. For now, there's someone acting as her proxy on paper. How does that work? Literally on paper. I can't picture someone like him ever actually making any real governmental decisions. Hey, watch what you say. Well, I admit, I would have thought the duty would fall to the princess. And you tell me to watch what I say. What was that? Whoops, speak of the devil. Hello, cat. So yes, there's the person who is acting king of the country. I've never been so insulted. The tournament should have already begun, and I'm not there. Philip, why didn't you wake me sooner? This is all your fault. Terribly sorry, Your Grace, but I was merely trying to look after your mental well-being. The last 2 days you've been in the banquet hall drinking and singing, consuming excessive beer and donuts while reading your morning comics. I feel it should come as no surprise you overslept. Silence, Philip. I'm not in the mood for your chastisements. As the future king, I can do what I want. Whenever I want. Yes, yes. Time is short. Come on, we must hurry to the grand arena. Let me share a little anecdote with y'all. I'm curious how many of you agree with me on this, or maybe agree is the wrong word. How many of you have been through this cycle? So most people that I know of here in the States, I don't know how this is true in other countries, there's this period when we grow up and we move out on our own for the first time. And one of the first things we do is we do something that we shouldn't. It's usually involving sweets, like ice cream or candy, or fast food or something like that. And we usually binge on it for a day or two, because there's like that moment of realization, right? The realization that we have our own money, we can just buy as much candy as we want, and then we go ahead and we do so. And then, because no one can stop us, right? It's our decision. Then we regret the hell out of that, because there's a reason our parents didn't let us do that. And then we grow up a little from that action. I get the feeling that Duke Idiot Boy here never actually hit that grow up a little point. Because, being honest for a second, having like wine and donuts and reading comics is not something a grown adult should actually be ashamed of. No, I mean that. The problem isn't what he's doing. The problem is that he's doing it in such a slovenly and childish way, not taking any responsibility for the actions he himself is doing, which is one of the fundamental definitions of being an adult, taking responsibility. Yeah, mistakes are interesting teachers. Hopefully you'll survive to learn from those mistakes, because some mistakes, you don't. Excuse me, I've got an entire bag of Reese's on my desk. I've only had like one of so far. Was that? We know. Don't even say it. That was His Grace the Duke acting as proxy for Her Majesty. Suddenly I fear for the entire country. Don't worry too much. He has a very reliable assistant. Thanks to him, we haven't even had any major incidents lately. Do tell. Colonel Richard of the Royal Army Intelligence Division. Since the Duke is more of a playboy sort, the Colonel handles governmental affairs. Really? Colonel Richard is in charge of the country right now. Try not to let this whole thing get you down. Grensel's got plenty of other famous places you can check out. Yeah, you're in the Royal City. Just go at your own pace. You're right, we will. Thank you both for your kindness. Actually, ditto to Koida. When I was much younger, I knew a woman who was half my width and lived on a diet of like Pepsi and chips and occasionally a burger, and she just was fine. Ugh. Can't believe the Duke is supposed to be acting on behalf of the Queen, though. Real power is probably in the hands of the Colonel. What's more, no one around him has any clue he's the one pulling all the strings. Being able to control the flow of information must be an extremely useful tool. You're not supposed to envy the enemy. Anyways, looks like the Duke is going to the fighting tournament. Can we go too? Yeah, I have nothing else. We want to keep an eye on what he's up to. Which way was it? It's the East Block. Here's some directions. Yeah, that's the funny thing. Like, this is all framed as if we're trying to stop a coup. The coup has already happened. It has successfully been accomplished. The question is, what does Richard do now that he's in charge of the country? Yeah, I'm pretty sure most people haven't even noticed that the coup happened. And that's a successful coup right there. The Erebonian Embassy. I don't think the remake's even on the list, Morganite. Which should answer you. I mean, someone like the Duke is incredibly useful for the people in charge. Like it or not. Who should I cheer for this year? Maybe I'll just cheer for Blood. Blood. Doesn't matter whose. Glory to Saint Eva. Yeah, they changed the rules around a lot this year for some reason. Yeah. Could you imagine the idea of someone being a loud, snot-nosed, childish idiot who constantly runs his mouth, being portrayed as a puppet king while people who are actually in power constantly manipulate and use and abuse him from behind the scenes? I mean, could you even imagine such a situation? Hoping to get preliminary matches. They're already halfway finished. I don't know. 1,000 Mira. This year, but then some complications that made it impossible for us to offer discounts. Okay. Here's 1,000 Mira. I almost don't have that because I just splurged on gear. Because you guessed it, we're going to participate in the tournament arc. I was admittedly thinking right now in the country I currently live in, like Timon, but yeah, that is a very common thing for a reason. I mean, just to point to something I've actually studied a decent amount of time, I swear half the kings of England were just there to be nice, big, loud, partying puppets for the actual people who are in charge, which, you know, varied who that was from time to time. You know how I have the term the money people to describe whoever's actually in charge of a corporation? Same concept. It varies who's actually in charge. But there's always someone who's actually running the show. Sometimes it's a group. Sometimes it's a large group. Sometimes there's a new song. Oh, man. I mean, I have no evidence of this whatsoever, but I've often suspected that the scheming Vizier archetype actually came out of that. Because that is an old trope. Like, centuries old trope, at the very least. So that's where we'll go once we're participating. Wow, look at all these people. Actually, yeah, one of the things I was thinking of is one of those eras of history which, last I read up on, nobody's even sure if it really actually happened or not. But the Three Kingdoms, right? China. As far as the whole blame the advisors thing. It was actually really common for the eunuchs to take the blame for whatever was happening at the time, whether it was actually their fault or not, and it became a common thing in, you know, poems and the like. Oh my god, it's Pokemon. This game just got 20 times better. Trails story, Pokemon's gameplay. Just saying. I'd be down. So there's Kurt, Mr. A rank, and his team. Well, like I said, there's... I admittedly have kind of started falling out of historical circles a bit, but when I was still part of historical circles, there was a lot of debate if the Third Kingdoms era was real or not. How much of it was based on reality might be a better and more accurate way to phrase that. Oh yeah, absolutely, Sir Cookie. Don't forget the concubines, who had all kinds of their own, like, completely separate politics.
By my art, become hard as steel.
KO. Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong. Sorry. That was a good match. Soldiers move well, but the Bracer team is better at working as a team. They could use their moves as teaching lessons. I don't know what it is, but watching martial artists at work really hypes me up. Yes. I wish we'd put off going to the castle. I'd like to see this from the beginning. It's the same reason any popular period of history gets a lot of video games are. Hello, Cat. It's the same reason we have so many Old West games. It's the same reason we have so many Sengoku Jidai games. It's the same reason World War I and World War II get a bunch of games. It's the exact same concept. Popular periods in history tend to get a lot of attention because they're popular. Part of being an adult is 21. You'll notice there's not a lot of, for example, Vietnam video games. There are a few, but there's not nearly as much because Vietnam was not a very popular war. Anywhere. Part of being an adult is putting one's own feeling aside in favor of doing what needs to be done. Well, like not being an adult yet. Lady, you're 16 in a medieval setting. You should be married already. To Joshua. No, I'm just saying, Estelle and Chloe, better pairing. Listen, I've just given up to it, Evo. It's just the truth. So, here's the guys who were imprisoned after the incident from Rouen. Yeah, actually, yeah, Roman Empire, another good example of that. Usually I guess that would be the first Roman Empire, depending on how you define that. Which war was the most popular? I mean, World War II. You also notice we have almost no games set at all during the Byzantine eras. Plural. Like, I mean, you cannot tell me that a strategy game set on retaking the peninsula as, oh my god, I can't think of his name. Belisarius would not be an awesome strategy game. An awesome campaign. But no, we don't get that. Because nobody knows jack about the Byzantines. Is this another? Okay. Yeah, the Ottomans were the sick man of Europe. Which is funny, considering how terrifying of a force they were for how long. Yeah, I can't remember his name, but there were a few, to use the word, historians amongst the Byzantine Empire, which is one of the reasons why we have so much information on that era. Which, of course, means all that information is probably slanted. No, that's... I mean, it was during Justinian's reign. But he's not the gentleman I'm thinking of. I'm bad with names. Procopius? Is that him? Yes. Procopius is who I'm thinking of. What's the name? Nimrod. I figured it out. Oh man, Theodora. Now there's a fascinating character. Goes in. Yep. The sponsor is Duke Doonan.
My dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming today. This is the biggest tournament. It's the biggest, greatest tournament in the history of the country. I regret that government affairs forced me to miss the first half of them. But I was here for the second half. What I saw was exciting and enjoyable. Distressing news of recent terrorist activity has had an unfortunate impact on Her Majesty's health. But I ask you to take heart. She has entrusted her governmental duties to me, Dunan von Osleys. And I will be the greatest, the biggest king with the biggest dick. Oh my god, he has no dick. He has an innie. He has an innie. Not used to hearing the Duke speak so decently to people. He probably just memorized something written by the staff. Oh yes, the winner of the competition will not only receive a prize and merit, but get a special gift from me. Grace, you certain this is wise? Silence is a fine opportunity to show my generosity. The gift is to be a written invitation to the royal court dinner party at Grand Cell in 3 days. It's an old phrase, Tsar. The Ottoman Empire is the sick man of Europe. It's... yeah, it was a British thing. Her Majesty's presence will be missed, but it will be attended by celebrated persons of great renown. Arrangements have made only the finest royal and noble cuisine to be served. I trust it will serve as incentive for the competing to excel and advance. Wow, that crowd cleared up fast. Josh, you think what I'm thinking? Yeah. We need Karn to get the invitation. I could give her a chance to get the message. Or you think it's something else? No, that's it. I hate the idea of leaving someone else to deliver the professor's message. Should we try to catch them in the waiting room before they leave the arena? Sure. Let's see. Karna's team came to the north gate, right? Let's go. Wherever the exit is. There it is. Hi everyone, congrats on making it through the preliminaries. Hey, it's the new kids. Oh hey guys, you here to watch the fights? Yeah, we had a chance to see Horus. That was a great match. It's... so you get a little bit of a feel and vibe for the gradient of slop that most kids shows are when you have young nieces who watch them. However, I will say that Paw Patrol is one of the more neutral ones. Inoffensive at best. I would not particularly praise it. Let's put it that way. You know Zin too? I don't know if you'd say that, but I know the name. He's a famous bracer in the Republic. People call him Zin the Immovable. Apparently came to Liberable specifically to begin this tournament. And the promoters threw a wrench in the works and changed it from single to team competition. I'm betting his grace is the one behind the idea. Either way, Master Zin still has no choice but to register as one-man team. The Duke is a pain in the ass no matter where he goes. No argument there. Still is going to make it really hard for him to show what he can do. No kidding. It's too bad no one's around to fight beside him. Say... no. Maybe. You all got these creepy, serious looks. Bluey is better. It's much on the higher end later. I'm talking entirely about more of the newer stuff, Morganite. It's actually harder than you'd think to find older stuff in readily digestible format, is how I'm going to phrase that. Of the more modern stuff, I would say Bluey is probably one of the better shows, of kids' shows. For the record, I'm not qualifying MLP as a kids' show. That is to say, Gen 4. Now, Gen 5, that's a kids' show. And it's... I'd say above average. As much as I have issues with it, as a kids' show, it's fine. They just joked about Cassius joining up with Zin, but Cassius is out of the country, of course. So instead, no, we're joining up with Zin, because of course it's a tournament arc. Of course we're going to participate. You know, she's like really excited to be in the martial arts tournament, because of course she is. Now that's what I'm talking about. Oh, thank you for such a bountiful favor. Think about it. We could be in the martial arts tournament. We can help Zin. We can check out the castle and be part of a super final, ultimate, super duper intense battle royale. We can kill 3 birds with 1 stone. You really want to do this that badly? I haven't even entered yet. I mean, some of the shows designed to sell toys were actually decent shows too, but if we're being honest, that was a coincidence. Aw, they're covering the cost of our hotel. I will say I prefer if my nieces play video games or go, you know, play than just sit and watch TV. But it's not like it's my choice. Let's go talk to Zin first of all. Yep, someone's playing the piano. No. No! No! God damn you, Olivier. They even have fruit juice. Why didn't it loop? I mean, I can think of plenty of video games that are probably good for kids. It is actually helpful to be a video game reviewer. I might be so bold, because I have had my nieces come to me and say this, and I'm like, nope, you want to play this instead? And they're like, okay. Yeah, also, Roblox can go directly to hell. I had to put my foot down really hard on Roblox, and I felt bad about that. But I felt bad because I came down really harsh on it. And they were like, oh my gosh. I was like, no, 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 not you, kiddo. You're fine. Roblox is the issue. And I had to have a long discussion with them about that. What's Roblox? Awful. I think that's the one word answer I could give to that. Predatory is another good word. Good games for kids. Honestly, not all of them are new games. But Stardew Valley is a good game for kids. Obviously, Minecraft is a legitimately good game for kids. I've actually, I think I've mentioned this before. I have actually put together a presentation on Minecraft for kids in a school. I've actually done that and used Minecraft as a teaching tool because Minecraft is actually an excellent way for kids to learn some fairly basic things. This is obviously pretty young kids at this point. I was actually about to bring up Dreamlight Valley, which is frankly a worse Stardew Valley. However, is nevertheless something that is an enjoyable game for a kid to just sit down and play for a while. Little Kitty Big City is an unironically good game for kids to play. I can also recommend... oh god, what's it called? I can't think of the name of it. I'd have to look it up. Katamari Damacy, yeah, I could see that one. Most of the Lego games, especially Lego games that have co-op, are really good for kids. It's funny you say that, Dakota. I've been, shall we say, careful about introducing the nieces to SNES games, because pretty much every time I introduce them to one, they fall in love with it immediately because it's a good game. So I've been very careful about which specific games I introduce them to into which order. And all that's on the Switch, of course, or at least a lot of it's on the Switch. So there's actually some decent availability, too. Mario World is unironically a fantastic game for someone to get into. Notice I didn't mention age there. I could little resist the pull of this place. It drew me here as surely as the siren's tears are swept from rivers to the sea. Here I stand, my raven-topped highness, reuniting with you at last. You really haven't changed at all. That's enough out of you. If I have to be subject to this, let's at least sit down for a minute. Acting all smug and dandy, totally oblivious to how tactless you are. My dear soul, how I've missed your obstinate irritability you so thoroughly embody. Weren't you and Shira supposed to be going to Roland? When did you get here? About a month ago, I believe. After we parted company, Shira and I spent a short, yet blissful time in Roland. But alas, the overwhelming spirit of wanderlust that courses through my veins eventually got the better of me. It was all I could do to pull away from the weeping, darling Shira to protect her from being swept away to this blazing, dazzling wonder. What amazes me is you can say that with a straight face. I'm betting she drank under the table every night until you finally decided to run off with your tail between her legs. And then you figure out you try your luck at drinking with Aina, right? Aina? How do they pronounce that in the remake? That name right there. A-I-N-A. They've got to have said her name, and she's right at the beginning. I can also recommend a few city builders. City skylines might seem a little bit complex for kids, but actually it's very intuitive on the interface side of things. And you can tweak the game by, basically getting rid of the financial side of things to just turn it into a paint the city simulator. And that's fun. Yeah, if you could get SimCity 2000 working, that's a good pick. If you can't, I can recommend City Skylines, because I've actually... My nieces have played, plural, have actually played City Skylines. Oh. Aina? She's one of Shira's closest friends. Works the information desk at the Roland branch. As far as drinking goes, she's the only person I've ever seen who would outdo Shira. Come now, dearest. I've never met this person you speak of, this Aina. Absolutely not. I want to try that again, only this time without your voice cracking. Okay, Estelle, enough teasing. I'm sure it's a very trying time for him. An affinity for spirits even greater than Shira. Hateful inebriation. Why dost thou arm thy darkest agents with smiles so alluring? A flashback much. So begins the tale of Aina, Olivier's most tragic ballad. Indeed. Anyway, you come after completing the tour of the regions. Please tell me stuff. We're looking for Zin. We want to participate. Large is a bare disposition not to match. I've yet to see him today. He's probably at the embassy then. Shall we proceed there at once? And Olivier just kind of shoves his way into the party again. Normally I'd complain, but he's one of the better mages in this game. I think Fortnite's a bad game for the games, kids? Yes. I'm just gonna say that rather flatly. It is not as bad as Roblox. Boy, that's a sad sentence. But Fortnite is not good. in my honest opinion. I think it is entirely too encouraging of the wrong kind of mindsets. I think that that kind of violent PvP game is the kind of thing that is going to engender competition in kids who have yet to develop the kind of emotional and mental skills necessary in order to be able to separate that from their actual interactions with real people. I think that the game itself is entirely too high-paced and is going to encourage the kind of attention-draining problem that those kind of short-form entertainments do in general. I think that the game is entirely too predatory in such a way that it's actually a minefield of navigation, even with the adult mode on which, yes, I know exists, in order to try and not have them... Yeah, basically, the microtransaction problem. Let's just call it that. It's a great way to summarize that particular complaint. I am actually aware of, this is third hand at this point, an argument that happened with two kids in school because one of them got a skin and the other one couldn't afford it. And that's all I need to say about that. Fortnite, ironically, is one of the less predatory and less horrible of the big ones out there right now. That doesn't make it good, especially not for people who haven't yet to develop emotional maturity. No matter how angry someone makes you, you're not allowed to brain them, especially not in public. It's all flash, no impact. I didn't do any real damage. Seems this does a very shy individual. Anyways. Where the hell am I? Yeah, they're really teasing the romance at this point. Olivier was teasing her about her feelings for Joshua, and so she brained him. And I know we're all happy to see him brained. All of us. There we go. I will say, just to throw this out there, not that I think anybody in chat is going to argue this, but to be very, very clear, most of the impetus for this kind of stuff is on the parents. Britain. Looking for someone named Zin? Oh, you're here to see Zin. You've actually met the man? First time I did, I almost peed myself. Holy crap, he ain't a man, he's a grizzly. Yeah, he's a pretty big fella. He's real friendly once you start talking to him. He gave me a meat bun. I told him I was hungry. Ah, meat buns. He stepped out again shortly after he returned. Said he had some business to take care of. Looking for a place to meditate and prepare or something like that. Where do you think he might be found? He's probably for the scenic route. Okay. There's a place nearby called the Villa. Yeah, it's been commanded by the Anti-Terror Division, and they're dumb and evil and just... Got it. Working on it as Minister. Look, I'm trying to take over the world as fast as I can. I do not like that Skeevy Duke Doonan, who's been named the royal successor. Not one bit. Poor Colonel Richard, forced to protect a jackanape like him. Ouch. General Morgan lives here. Not at the moment, of course. more recently than I'd like to admit, we had to pull YouTube off of the kids' tablets. Because, yeah. And to be clear, I do put some of that blame on YouTube. They're entirely too willing to not police their own platform on any manner. Yeah, they have this thing called YouTube for Kids. It's not, I think is the way I would describe that. Like, it's kind of a lie, really. And that's sort of what makes it so horrible. It's supposed to be the YouTube stuff that's safe for kids. But it's not actually measured. No, wrong word. Vetted. No human being actually vetted any of the crap that's on there. And by what is effectively coincidence, I happened to notice one of the videos that my youngest was watching, and it was just like, whoa, 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 whoa. And because I know YouTube quite well, I immediately, within a few seconds, like, turbo blocked the hell out of that channel and all channels like that. But then I had a rather serious talk with her father. I was like, look, this isn't cool. And yeah, the solution that we came to was just ripping YouTube off entirely. Yeah, see, the problem is the YouTube Kids category, there's actually like 5 problems that are running into each other. But the resultant problem is that if you set it up for YouTube for Kids, which is very easy to do, it will push things that are not for kids, is how I'm going to describe that, to kids constantly. And I do mean push. Like, it will actually be like, you want to see this, and this, and this. You should watch this other thing. And this other thing. You should watch this other thing, too. Oh, 100% Easel Games. I was looking this up recently. There was another incident like this a while ago, which I don't remember what it was called. There was a whole incident. There was a whole name for the incident. And yeah, it's very, very gory and violent and AI generated now. Thanks for that. And because those kind of videos... Yeah, thank you. Elsagate. That's what they called it. Oh, hey, it's my second favorite song in the game. And yeah, it's... that kind of stuff is being absolutely shoved out the door en masse, flagged as for kids, and because the bot is terrible, doesn't catch any of it. Part of the problem, too, is that the bot is looking for stuff which is primarily fitting 2 jurisdictions. Does it have cussing, and does it have boobs? Nudity, to be more clear. That's it. Those are the big things it's looking for. And I don't know about you, I can think of a whole lot of stuff that includes neither of those things that I would not feel particularly comfortable with my nieces watching. Now, there's other nuances to this, obviously. But just... I also will say that I don't think restricting kids from the internet in general is the correct call. That's pretty much the exact same thing as telling a child they can never have alcohol, and I know what you're thinking. What? No, hear me out. If you tell a child consistently and persistently you are not allowed to drink, there's one of 2 things that are probably going to happen, or both. Either they're going to slip drinks onto the side, away from you, probably someplace that's not safe, probably around people that are not cool to drink around, especially when they're not sure what they're doing. And point 2, even if they restrain themselves, the moment they leave the nest, what do you think they're going to try and do? And a binger can go bad, especially if you have no one there to take care of you. So yeah, exactly, Czar. Exactly. You can't just say no internet, because all that's going to do is kind of generate the desire for it. It needs to be a gradual, persistent experience. It needs to be a thing where it's like, okay, well, let's go do this. Let's interact with this. Let's look this up. You want to do this? You do it here. You want to interact with this thing? You come to me. We'll talk about it. I've actually mentioned this. I disagree with my mother about virtually everything she's ever done as a parent, with like one big exception. That is, if you ever want to try alcohol or drugs, you do it here. At home, with me, a licensed pharmacist, to watch you. You do it where it's safe. I probably shouldn't say this out loud, but yeah, the first time I ever drank beer, I was extremely young. I remember that incident because I remember the taste. I hated the taste of it. Ugh. Same thing with wine, actually, while we're on the subject. Yeah, it... Ugh. It's... I don't want to go too much down the rabbit hole on this. But it's the same general problem a lot of people tend to have, where they think that the method by which to make things better is to simply lock away everything, right? Alcohol can cause problems, therefore we should just get rid of all alcohol. That's stupid. Right? Like, I don't think that's a particularly brave or bold statement to make, either. Right. Hang on, I wanted to read... So we've got a new newspaper here. Don't worry, I'll get the music playing. Let me just move this off to the side so I can read it. And then I'll tab appropriately. Oh, whoops. Nope, not that issue. Sorry, this issue. According to a statement issued by the Intelligence Division late last night, the Royal Guard conspired to revolt within the Royal City. This shocker occurred when the group was confronted by the Intelligence Division's Special Operations Unit, which identified the unfolding plot. Following the incident, the Army Strategic Operations Headquarters called for an immediate stand-down of the Royal Guard. It appears the incident at the Central Factory was the work of the seditionist movement led by the former Royal Guard members. Evidence gathered from the attack seems to have been a deciding factor in IDing the culprits. Ex-First Lieutenant Julia Schwartz, pictured above, is currently on the run with a number of her fellow officers. A warrant has been issued for their arrest. The Intelligence Division has set up headquarters in the Airbay Royal Villa and is preparing for an attack by the insurgents unit. In the meantime, entry into the area surrounding the villa is strictly prohibited. A sedition plot, an attack on the Central Factory, Her Majesty's most trusted unit, suddenly, like a bolt out of the blue, been accused of a heinous crime. These shocking events have sent citizens of the Royal Army reeling in a state of bafflement, yet there's still no word from the Intelligence Division about evidence or motive. In the interest of public sentiment, should not steps be taken to demonstrate clearly the grounds for these claims? A royal officer disclosed today that Her Majesty Queen Alicia appeared to have fallen ill and is presently recuperating in the royal keep. It was also noticed that Princess Claudia would be attending the needs of her grandmother, Her Royal Highness. For the time being, the Honorable Duke Dunan von Ostlies will be assuming the official duties in her stead. It is conceivable there may be a postponement of the annual festivities of Her Majesty's recovery as unfavorable. In the Royal City, already taken aback by the arrest of the unit within the Royal Army, this is another piece of depressing news for all of the peace-loving citizens. Our prayers go out to Her Majesty for a speedy recovery. This year's martial arts competition is hosted by the Honorable Duke von Idiot in place of Her Majesty, and despite the uncertainty arising from recent events, the preliminary rounds will begin as scheduled. Owing to the Duke's strong inclination to have teams of 4 battle it out, this is This year's match format was changed. The sudden modification sent competitors scrambling in an effort to assemble teams. It appears, however, that one competitor, a citizen of the Republic, has elected to go it alone for the time being. The solitary challenger. Will he make it through the preliminaries? Tune in for more later. Oh god, I hate this stupid website. There we go. See, that's not prohibition, though, Sour Cookie. That's the thing. If I can get on my soapbox for like 5 seconds really quick here. The problem is people want easy answers. And we live in real life. That's it. I told you I only needed 5 seconds. Banning all X is the easy answer. And it doesn't make anything better. In fact, it almost always makes things worse. Moderation takes time. It takes effort. And it takes skill. Whoops, I actually don't want to go here. Or do I? Of course there's enemies here, even though there probably shouldn't be, arguably. No. Yep, my second favorite song of the game. Help me, someone, please. Sister, it'll be alright. Stay back, it's too dangerous. Whoops, I need to go get a quartz. I hope it's not too late. God, I'm stupid. I should have been reading. I was getting cocky. I didn't actually read the walkthrough. I'd say something that would agree with you, Mr. Ed, but I just realized it'd probably actually piss you off, and that's not the goal here, so. I was just gonna mention the cat situation again, that's all. Why does poison do so much freaking damage? Don't ask that question. Sister Ellen, I perform my duties at the cathedral. Thank you for your help. What is the clergywoman doing out here? I came alone. Actually, we ran out of medicinal herbs. The shop was out of stock, so I came to fix some. There used to be no monsters here. It seems their numbers have increased in recent days. Usually there's a reason for that. I don't know if this series has ever given a reason for that. I know this game doesn't. Hi, Zen. Now that, I'm almost certain is deliberate, Terra. If I can be conspiracy theorist-y for a second. Okay. I mean, something I've spoken out against several times on this very show is not only the 40-hour work week, but the concept of the commute and how much it completely destroys someone's ability to actually do anything because of how much of your life it takes up. Not even working, just getting to and from work. Yeah, Zin has a couple health. He's fine. I wouldn't worry about him. She might die though. Yep, no, I saw the escort has poison. Means we're in a race now. Oh, that's Sin. That's just so 7,000 enemies at you that can poison. while escorting someone. God, this game. Of course he misses.
Savor the victory. We earned it.
Who's the pretty lady? Is she with you? She's single? I don't know, we just met her. Your mouths are open, guys. Do you want me to tell Killick all about this? Just make an objective observation. What does Killick have to do with this? Please, think nothing of it. I'm just doing what comes naturally for a chivalrous man. Ah, please, he's a total sucker for a pretty face, isn't he? You're 4 people in an otherwise deserted area discussing what appears to be a confidential topic, highly suspicious behavior. I think you're terrorists. You can call them terrorists. If anyone acts suspicious here. We're with the Bracer Guild, Gransil Branch. We came here to the aid of the sister who was under attack by monsters. Bracers? This gentleman speaks the truth. I came here to gather herbs when those creatures attacked me. On a related note, I'm also a bracer. I'll be facing your buddies in the ring later. Ah, you're the guy at the martial arts competition that fights solo. You've definitely got the muscles of a prize fighter. I'll let you be just this once. Wanderers and sightseers are not welcome. Also, we should bat Ilscarchu now. You've already been in enough trouble as it is. You've been nothing but obnoxious from the moment we start talking. Still, hush. We'll take care to avoid the royal villa. You have our apologies. Mouthing off to the wrong people can be hazardous. Nice! And now we have Nazis in Liberal. Perfect. Ugh. I shouldn't call them Nazis. That's diminutive. We have fascists in Liberal. How do you know them, Zin? I ran into their team at the martial arts competition. Oh yeah, so we're trying to join you, blah 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 blah. Yes, they're liberal fascists. God damn it, please tell me I didn't miss my opportunity. In fact, hang on. Olivier, I swear to God. Hang on, I'll come back to this conversation, but I think I missed the opportunity to get a important quartz. Wow, this is a long cutscene. Holy crap. Oh my god, it's still going. Oh my god, it's still going. Please? Game? Okay, you know what? Fine. Alt F4. Screw you. Think I won't. Because I bet you money I just locked myself out of getting that quartz. And by that quartz, I mean those 3 quartz. Okay, so this was before I headed south. Do I have anything further south? I do, actually. We'll go with this one. Yeah, camera. Alright, where are we? Okay, so that's our destination. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. Where am I going? Go away. Christ's sakes. Hang on. Where am I going? Hang on, where am I? There are mobs on the road. I know. We've already talked about that. If I avoid the road, what immediately happens? Whatever. Rocks. Rocks in the shoes. Hey, Serrani. Okay. This is where I wanted to be. Woohoo! Alright. Save before we do this. There it is. Monster in a box. Oh. Okay. I don't know, Silver Cookie. I think this game is very consuming. Yeah, let's buff first. So here's a random question for those of you who are familiar with this series. What do you think is the first game in the series that has officially found itself? If you understand the terminology. Jesus Christ. Okay. Basically, the first game you think should get a net positive gameplay score might be another way to phrase that. Okay. Get rid of this stupid bird while we're here. Stop throwing meteors at me. Holy crap. Okay. Okay, shield 3. There's a note inside it, reads sucker. Yeah, that hurt a little bit. So I'm saying Sky 3, Crossbell 1, Cold Steel 1. Zero. That's Crossbell 2, right? Or it's got Crossbell. God, I don't know. It's... Diligence says third is too much of a dungeon crawler. That doesn't sound good. Hmm. Oh, hey, Shiny Palms. Who ran from us. That's actually funny. Whatever makes you happy, guys. Monsters in a box. Same exact encounter. Okay. So, I mean, a range makes sense, Terra. Like, the earliest you could see it happening and the latest you could see it happening. So Terra, for example, says Crossbell 1 or Cold Steel 3, and that's the range. Ugh. Let's deal with this guy now. Jesus Christ. Didn't even kill him. Oh my god, that's this might be a retry. In fact, let's just commit to a retry. I thought they eventually just get rid of the terrain, which honestly probably was the smart move.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so as I was saying. Counterattack for the AoE. God, they can move. That's really irritating. Yeah, and they would have moved. I was right. So it was the correct call there. Still worth it. Hello, Cat. How are you?
We're good to go.
Seems I'm already standing next to him. That would have probably gone very badly. What? Oh, okay. I need a bigger heal, which I don't really have right now, so that'll have to go. God's sakes, 2 misses in a row. Thanks, game. Combat? Really, Sour Cookie? Wow. You've gone over your limit for this chest, dev team. Whatever. I will say that I stand firm in my theory that one of the reasons this game had the kind of standing it did, at least over here, was that cliffhanger. Whoops. I will admit Falcom definitely has more of a rep in the East than it does in the West. The Ys games never really took off over here. So much so that I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing them correctly. I've been calling them Ys since I was young. I don't know what else to call them. Oh. What more do you want from me? Blood! Okay. Now, we've gotten all that materia. I mean, quartz. Is there anything else I'm going to miss here? Let's see. Not until we get to the sewers. Interconnected world and depth of characters is certainly a valid reason to like the series, but the question I specifically had is why the first game took off Serani. And by definition, the first game cannot get benefit of interconnected continuity. Because there is no continuity. Now, we'll have to discuss that when we get to the second game, for obvious reasons. So now we have to do this fight again. Alright. Jeez, that really bled my mana. I was doing some look at Falcom's financials, or rather trying to. They don't publish figures because they don't have to. They're not publicly traded. However, we do have a few little tidbits of information thanks to Steam and reverse engineering Steam, and, well, frankly, I think they make a decent chunk of the money off of those microtransactions. I don't know if it's one of the situations where they make more money off the microtransactions than they do off the games themselves, but they definitely make a chunk. Those costume packs sell. And we have evidence of that. Oh, my God. Get up there. I love how we have to have the escort in the second fight, too. That's not a dig at boobs or anything. That's whatever. I'm just saying, from a purely financial perspective, I imagine at least part of the way Falcom remains independent is because they're selling, boobs. And like I said yesterday, if that's what it is, that's what it is. I'd rather that than worse. I'd rather that than Roblox, you know what I mean? Yeah, so that nun is on the verge of death, so we're gonna keep her there. Okay, so he's dead. Hmm. So we're about to lose this fight. And there we go. Take two. Frickin' escorts, am I right? I mean, that would be funny, because, yeah, I managed this, I wouldn't say easily, but I certainly managed this last time.
We're good to go.
Anyways. I've heard that opinion for years, Sober Cookie. As I had mentioned before, for a long time it was suggested here on this very show that we just skip Trails and Crossbell completely and just start reviewing Cold Steel. Obviously we didn't, because here we are. But that was something that was suggested, legitimately. Oh hey look, it's the fascists again. I know it's just part of their model too, but they're also openly carrying firearms. Automatics, in fact. And that's... yeah. Yeah, I like it when games do that surrounding. I even have a term for that. I call that Lindblom effect. So named after Lindblom in FF9. It was one of the earlier games I saw that really pulled off that exact same vibe. Okay, so why do you want to take part in the tournament? I've been itching to do something like this since I got the preliminaries. You know, really throw down. It's a perfect opportunity to test ourselves. Alright, let's do it. I can get you registered tomorrow before the tournament begins. No worries on that. Ooh, you sure you're okay with that? Hey, it'll give me a chance to see just how skilled you are. You just watch my back. Roger that. I'm gonna give it everything I got. I had been planning to enter as a solo competitor, but now I have to alt-tab to look up a walkthrough to make sure that I have the right setup for these fights I'm about to be doing here. Here we go. Okay. I suppose having some help can improve my overall chances of victory. Once I'm in the ring, the championship's in the bag. No, I remember the sewers. Yeah, the arena is just some fights that I remember hating. I don't remember why, I just remember hating these fights. I think they were just irritating fights. Slowly, Evo. I mean, we've been out of the GameFAQs era for years at this point. It has been argued legitimately, and I have pushed back very hard against this, that I should not give negatives for walkthroughitis because walkthroughs are so easy to come by, and they're so prolific that it is considered normal that you have a walkthrough for a game. Allow me to professionally disagree with that assessment. Just because you happen to have the possibility of having access to walkthrough under the right circumstances, if you know it's there and if you know what to look for, and you get a good walkthrough that doesn't mislead you, or is hard to keep track of, it still enters the possibility of the fact that you have to, like, hang on. Okay, let me look at the game. Look at the walkthrough. I can't be the only one who has that as an irritation. I can't be. I don't like following a walkthrough for games, for those of you not aware of that. To me, it's just like it's like being on a roller coaster that's constantly like, hold up. Okay, hold up. Okay, hold up. Because you're just constantly like, okay, hang on this section. Okay, here. Okay, and then for this section, okay, here. I am, unironically, I have the main walkthrough up over there, which is the bullet point walkthrough. And then I have the quartz walkthrough over here to make sure I have my art set up for the upcoming battles. These are two separate guides that are just taking up real estate on my screen all the time. I would much rather just play the freaking game, but twice I have tried doing that, and, you know, well, we know exactly how that went. So, forgive me. But the point is, I have actually considered this argument before, and every time I have, I've come back with the same conclusion. No. A game shouldn't need a walkthrough. There's a gradient. There's a gradient of need, and there's a gradient of how much a walkthrough is required for what kinds of content. That's why we have multiple negatives for multiple concepts. But ideally, a game should not require you to go pull up another thing and be like, hell, when I was younger, something I used to do is I used to have my 3DS, because I didn't have a mobile phone. Wow, that was like half an hour ago. Hang on. Sorry, comma. I ended up having to reload a save and redo an entire section because of a walkthrough problem, period. Let's talk to my sister. We'll see, Easel. We'll see when we get there. I'm trying very, very hard not to judge FF13 positively or negatively until I actually get there. I used to have my 3DS up, because the 3DS had a browser in it, if you remember. And I used to have my 3DS up, and that's what I would use for my walkthrough while I was playing some kind of game, right? Yeah, Fal'Cie and l'Cie, which are actually very different things despite the names. It's okay, Seath are much more interesting, even though they're directly related to both. It's, if I could say one last thing about this, forgive me. It's the same mentality I've also heard for a while, usually from older viewers, where they say, oh, well, you shouldn't give that a negative, it was in the manual. No. Don't mistake me, I actually miss the era of good manuals. I do, legitimately. I still have a lot of my good manuals from back in the day. I still have my manual from FF4, for God's sakes. That was a good manual. But I also grew up in that era, and I know exactly how easy it is to get a hold of a copy of a game without getting a hold of a copy of the manual. Never mind now, where finding a copy of the manual, a physical copy of the manual is practically unheard of, but even finding a digital copy of the manual is something that some people simply aren't going to have the savvy to do. And once again, even if you allow for all of those provisos, that's still information that is outside of the game. No. The what, Taquata? Oh god, Metal Gear Solid. Here's one for you. Oh god, I can't think of the name of it all of a sudden. The Tropical RPG. It was on the NES. And I can't think of the freaking name. The second game was called Zoda's Revenge. I can't remember the name of the franchise. Star Tropics, thank you. And the invisible thing, the soak, the manual thing, you remember that? Now, a lot of modern games will actually go out of their way to include that information in some other format so that you don't miss out on something that's literally mandatory in order to progress through the game. Because at the time it was a neat gimmick. Nowadays it's just irritating. We'll talk about that whenever we get there, because I think that's in the NES block. Anyways, were you listening in on our conversation, Olivier? Indeed, I heard every tragic syllable. Therefore, it seemed appropriate to make an appearance. Oh, right. I know what you're talking about, Dakota. Couldn't remember the term. Hey, who asked you to sit down? He was the one who was playing the piano before, wasn't he? You know him? Replaced no with can't get rid of, and that about covers it. I haven't even known her for that long either. They call me Olivier Lenheim, wandering minstrel from Livonia. It was Estelle and Joshua's pleasure to make my acquaintance in an earlier case. Ever since, we seem to be running into each other. Trying to trick him. Zin, don't listen to him. I'm not too sure what's going on, but no harm in introductions, I suppose. Zin Vathek, bracer from Calvert. Perpetual traveler of the past. Do we have a game set in Calvert at this point? I've also heard tales of prowess in the matches. You defeated a team of 4 on your own. They were all rank amateurs. Wait, hold it. Do you have a lot of spare time on your hands? You say that you say that I haven't changed, good Joshua. You were ever the one for pointed questions. Ah, so Daybreak is set in Calvert. Okay. Does Olivier become a good character? Ask me again when we get to Cold Steel. It's been months since I came to Grand Cell. I've traveled the length and breadth of the city, enjoying all the sights except the castle. Those boorish soldiers would not let me pass. I'm sure there's other places I'd like to visit, but I couldn't bear to leave with the birthday celebration so close. You're bored. What is this talk of being a man short that I happen over here? I've heard the winner of the competition will be invited to an extravagant dinner party. Surely this can only be divine providence. Yep. So Olivier's offering to join. He's a mage, sure. That sounds like a cool idea, by the way, Delicious Toto. Not the Daybreak thing, the travel guide thing. I hate to be a freaking repeating clock. That's not the phrase. Record. I don't want to be a repeating record, but like the Earthbound strategy guide is still one of the best strategy guides I have ever seen. In part because of the flavor of how it was presented. Martial artists and swordsmen each have distinct ways that they track their surroundings. You track for a specific point on any possible target. It's a characteristic of someone who's familiar with small arms. Yeah, by the way, Olivier is actually pretty good with his guns. No, not those. No, not those. Let's play? I mean, YouTube's the only answer there, Easel. Yeah, in the anime sense, you can always tell. Oh, a vinyl. I mean, nothing I have to say is worth going on a vinyl, but like music-wise, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I do have a lot of mixes I'm proud of. In fact, I have a separate list of my own mixes that I'm actually proud of. But you're talking about game soundtracks. So I do think there are specific game soundtracks that are... I don't like to use the word objectively. Mathematically, just kind of better than other game soundtracks. Obviously, there's personal preference and taste that goes into it, but there are certain game soundtracks which a tremendous amount of time and effort was put into the specifics, the mechanics of it, for lack of a better way to put it. Right? And I would be remiss if I did not mention Mega Man X1, which, yeah, this went above and beyond the Call of Duty to make an extraordinarily good soundtrack. Not just because the songs are bangers, but because they are mechanically very, very well done. And, I mean, Final Fantasy VI, Super Metroid. Hell, Searching for Friends isn't even my That's a tough one. I'd say it's probably in the top 5. I'd have to think about that. I've never thought about that. So Joshua and I have to share this room for a while. Blush, blush, blush. What am I thinking? Bad thoughts, bad thoughts. Just do it. Slowly slide into his arms. Let him hold you close and keep you snugly. Estelle? Yeah, yes. I mean, yes. Just occurred to me, this might be a little weird, but, I mean, we're family, right? Huh? Might not be as dependable as Dad is. I'm not as good a listener as Shara, but I'm your brother. I want to know I'm here if you need support. Yeah, I'm your brother. If there's anything that's bothering you, you can always come and talk to me. Absolutely, Osmiristar. I mean, honestly, if I could pause the game and this scintillating romance for just a second. It is cute. I know, right, DZ Maven? Estelle? But, I praise the SNES a lot on the music angle, but it's really worth noting. It's really worth noting that, honestly, the SNES games with the good soundtracks are in the minority. I've actually talked about this before. The SNES had a built-in sound engine, which could interpret sound, interpret a text file, basically, and then punch out music in a specific way. I know that sounds obvious, but my point is that that's actually kind of unusual compared to how music is usually done nowadays, where it's usually just an OCC or an MP3 or a WAV file, right? That's been true since the PS1 era. But back in the day, it was just a program that played the music. So if thought and effort and hardware was put into making a really good interpretive program, those particular games, like Mega Man X1, like Final Fantasy VI, like Secret of Mana, would sound really, really, really good. Because the engine that was being used had a lot of work and effort and thought put into it. That's still kind of true nowadays for a different reason. Nowadays, it's mostly about what kind of instrument choice you use, right? The sound font, as we use the terminology, which isn't quite an accurate term anymore, but it still kind of applies in the same way. Of what are you using? What kind of tools do you have in your kit to make the music in question? And most importantly, how high quality are those samples? Now, I don't want to bash the game I'm playing, but you notice how almost all of the music in this game sounds a little bit more MIDI. It's because the specific sound samples that make up the instruments that are being played by the songs are lower sample rate, right? So they literally do not have the same level of quality of individual instrument choices as they do in some other games. Now, this is a 2004 game, so that makes sense. But you get the general idea, right? Compare and contrast this with something like, say, Mega Man X4, which was a PS1 game, or actually maybe Mega Man Powered Up. No, Mega Man X1 Maverick, whatever, which is a PSP game. We'll use a specific PSP example. That game, just like with Mega Man X1, a lot of time and effort was put into making sure that each individual instrument was something that was very precisely sampled, so that it has very, very high sample rate, and each instrument pops. Here, I'll demonstrate really quick. Recording orchestral for an OST is actually brave and difficult, but when it's done properly, it sounds really, really good. I commented on that during the Mario series because that was something that Mario Galaxy 1 did, and everyone said, you're insane for doing that. And it became such a smash hit, and they actually started doing tours and concerts and starting to sell soundtracks for it, that I forget the name of the orchestra, but that orchestra, the Nintendo Orchestra, has been a regular at Nintendo games ever since. Here we go. So this is a PSP game. This is actually a bad example. Let's go with this one. So, something you, even if you're not familiar with music, even if you don't particularly like this given song, you could probably tell what I'm talking about instantly with regards to the sample rate of the instruments. Because each instrument, thus each note, is very, very crisp. It doesn't sound muted. It doesn't sound bland. It doesn't sound like someone put something over the instrument. Instead, each instrument, each individual note pops in the ear. That's the value of having that kind of higher sample rate, right? This is the exact kind of thing I'm talking about. And again, PSP game. To contrast this a little bit, give me a second. So, is this it? No, actually. Nope. Still no. Where is it? 1 second. I might not have it here anymore. That's a damn shame. Looks like I actually don't. Well, I was going to give a contrasting example. But I think you get the overall idea. Anyways, sorry. Getting back to it. So Joshua says, I've been getting all kind of weird feeling from you lately, like it's been setting my heart to flutter. I got this all wrong, I'm sorry. You're just so you. Smart as you are, sometimes you can be so clueless. Huh? Thank you, but you don't need to worry. I know I've probably been acting kind of strange lately. It's not all that serious or painful. I'm just trying to sort out my feelings. I'll be okay, just as long as you watch out for me. Okay, I'll keep my worry in check. You let me know when you've taken care of whatever's bothering you. I do not, Dakota, although I might be able to find them on YouTube. But I was trying to go for... There's actually a MIDI version of Mega Man music, and I was going to do a direct comparison, but I don't apparently have it readily accessible, so whatever. Once I have everything straight, I'll be glad to tell you what's on my heart. Or mind. Huh? Nothing. Norfing. Let's go to sleep. Oh no, there's only one bed. Actually, you know, an early example of an orchestral soundtrack in a video game? Very early, relatively speaking. Total Annihilation did that. And honestly, I don't think it was actually very good, to be quite frank. But it is an early example of orchestral music in a video game. It was literally just MP3s they recorded on the CD. And it was actually funny because there was like combat music and then non-combat music. But because it's just MP3s, what would happen is you'd be like, da 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 da. Oh, you started fighting something. And the music would just stop dead. And there'd be a couple seconds pause as it loads the next song of the CD. Because remember, CDs used to take a moment to load. And then it would start playing the battle music. And then once that was finished, it would stop dead. And then go back to the peaceful music. It was funny. I've been up anyway, preparing for the match. Between checking out the weaponsmith, visiting the stores, blah, 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 blah. Where's Olivier? I'm here. Do you deliberately time your entrances like this? Good morning, Olivier. Yep. So, they actually just straight up said it in-game, and I do appreciate that. This is, for all intents and purposes, the actual final time to go really grind. In fact, I was actually looking ahead. This is your very last time to hit up Shiny Palms. So, do I think these two have romantic chemistry? No. I think that I can't comment on this more because I know too much about what's going on. And that's going to be my answer to that. Where's my... Well, let's hit up the weapons shop, see if there's anything good for those two yahoos. Wait, what? Oh, right, yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, so far Joshua has not reciprocated any of Estelle's feelings. However, okay, I can talk about this. We've talked about how Estelle is the main character here, not Joshua. The clearest and most obvious sign of that is the person we see her thoughts is Estelle. We don't see Joshua's thoughts for the most part. We don't see what he's thinking. He doesn't get the parentheses, here's what I'm thinking, parentheses text. So we know she's into him because she's been thinking about it. What he thinks, we have no idea. He's been just a blank wall this whole time. That's probably worth it. Or I can't afford it. That's cool. Oh, I can't oh, God. Okay, can I sell anything? Listen, Evo. People just looked at history and was like, oh, so that's how we're supposed to do it. Damn. So I have basically nothing I could sell that I don't already know about. Alright. Jesus Christ, Dakota. I can actually explain the step thing. It's the same thing as the cousin thing, actually, and for the same reason. I warn you, it's actually a pretty boring reason. There's a general human appeal in the subversive or the forbidden. But most people, even in a fantasy setting, don't want to go into actually grow, right? Most people want to fight zombies. Most people don't want to know what that actually would entail and how awful that would actually be. That's more of a subset of a subset. Step siblings, it's always step, right? It's always step siblings or step brother or step sister, whatever, is a really, really common thing because it's just taboo enough to incite the imagination and to get that little flare of excitement without actually getting into the legitimately gross territory. Yeah, it's vanilla. It's a little dash of vanilla on the thing. That's why it's there, and that's why it's so common. Do I have anything else I could sell? I mean, I guess I could sell this. I'm not gonna get it. That's fine, that's fine. See what I'm gonna do. Make a backup save here. Alright, let's lock in. No more grind. That too, predictable. Only one save slot. I'm sorry, I'm picturing a Trails game with only one save slot. I would just bury that in this. Hey, how's it going? We'd like to register as part of his team. Okay. Wandering lyric troubadour extraordinaire, ambassador of peace and heart's most fair. And there's another, it says, trill the extra E and don't spare the spittle. My dear, you need not bother with the postscript, your diction sings. Wish to know more, however, I'd be happy to teach you proper reading, perhaps over tea? Please stop working with this woman. Thank you, Olivier. So our first opponents will actually be someone we know. That's actually doubly funny, Sorora, since I personally find staircase leveling to be a really, really good gameplay design decision. And, you know, incidentally good game design is still good game design. What did they say? Oh, there's people out here. Not as many people showing up to watch our match, I see. Yeah, gamble responsibly, unlike actual casinos. Yeah, actual casinos do a tremendous amount to make you feel safe, comfortable, and generally happy while you're in the casino. We really gotta stop mating like this. Too bad for you, huh? Who are you guys again? We're the Ravens. We had all of Ruan pissing their collective pants in fear of us. Don't tell us you forgot. Guys, I was kidding. I knew you guys were in Grand Slayer straight to watch your buddies fight the preliminaries. Back again to pick a fight with us. Didn't you learn your lesson last time? Hee hee hee, ha ha ha, hoo hoo hoo. You planning to participate in one of those no-holds-barred matches? It's the shock look. We won the preliminaries, made it here fair and square. I don't remember you guys showing your faces. We made it before we made it halfway through. How do you like that? Not bad for amateurs. Must have been some special training, huh? What the hell? I had you figured for just another bunch of pucks, but you got some real spirit to you. How's it going? Well, it's nothing, really. You'd be taken about that act. Anyways, you beat us before. We ain't gonna miss our chance to get back at you. Anytime you're ready. Can I help you? What? What? Yeah, you just want food. Fine. You get nothing. If you guys are the blue time with us, well, we're supposed to be this side, but couldn't wait to confront your opponents, could you? Best of luck. May the best team win. Huh? Let's get out of here. Yeah, mood's off now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure lots of people would figure that quickly, but especially someone like Tony. What the hell, dude? That's just rude. Did I say something wrong? No. You really are something else. I'm impressed she's so nonchalant about her own talents. Oh my god, we're gonna get to do gambling on camera when we get to Pokemon Red. I just realized that. Might have to put up a no kids sign for that one. Everyone in Australia, don't watch while we're playing Pokemon Red. Oh, it's the Duke. Oh man, my heart feels like it's gonna break out of my chest. Calm, we have to just wait patiently until it's our turn. That doesn't calm me down at all. No, it's the Australian government. It's not the Australian people. I only know, like, one Australian person, and that's professionally. See, the problem with shapeshifters in fiction is their job is to fool not the characters, but the audience. In order for them to fool the audience, they have to be basically perfect emulations of whoever it is that they're changed to be. And that just flies into the face of reality when you actually think about it for a second. Yeah, exactly. The author literally has to conceal proof of the fact that they're shapeshifters. Otherwise, you, the audience, the person they're trying to specifically deceive, will figure it out immediately. There are very rare times where that's not the case. I talk to everyone? Alright, fine. Don't kick me. Yes. Yeah, I don't think that's a controversial stance, or I know a lot of people who like Let's Go. It certainly failed in several respects, but it was still overall a good game. Another good kids game, by the way, while we're on the subject. Very, very rarely the shapeshifter plot is for the characters, not the audience. That's the we know the bomb is under the table, they don't combination. I mean, yeah, Zactot. The barrel's bracers not to be trifled with. They all demonstrate a great skill. And maybe few in number, but one of them could likely take on 1,000 foes. No, that's Cassius. Great match. Nice fight. It's an honor to be told by Zin the Immovable. Alright, that's us. Time to go beat up the Ravens. Time for revenge. We may have found our weakness before, but we've been through some insane training since then. Samir is still a little livelier than usual. I almost call her attitude manly. If she hears you saying that, I'm not helping you. So we'll treat all these fights seriously. There's several of these. I might have fixed my arts after this, by the way, because I kind of forgot to. Yeah, way more HP than they did last time. Holy crap. There it is. Distend is apparently what it's called. Also known as... He has a bunch of HP, yeah. Like an amusingly large amount of HP. Oh my god, it's Sin! Well, we have to kill each other somewhere, right? Might as well be a soccer field. That just feels appropriate for some reason. I think it's a terrible scene, and unfortunately, I agree with you completely, Mr. Red. The reason I did it is because the good guy can't kill people. And as usual, it was the wrong decision not to do so. Hey, Zeiss. Yeah, no, don't get discouraged. To be honest, I'm impressed. You gave us a good run for Amira. I agree. You're a lot stronger than when we fought in Vereen Lighthouse. Really? I don't remember it too well. I wouldn't know, but it seems we gave all we had. I think I'll return to the waiting rooms that our heads held by. Yeah. I never thought those delinquents would ever fight that hard for anything. It goes to show you can change. Change is the only constant in life. Did you quit with your bull crap? You don't even know their situation. You don't even know what we're talking about. The moment one falls in love is as quick as infinity itself. You're not normal, are you? The Capua family. So anyways, remember how I totally jokingly mentioned earlier that, you know, hey, why don't you work off your sentence by fighting in the arena? Well, they're actually doing that with the Capuas here. That's... This is actually a pretty complex topic, which you probably don't want to hear me bore you about for a while. So all I'll say is, this is a complex topic. In this exact case, they're probably just trying to get them killed. Yeah, of course he has his frickin' cannon for this. They're going to be an irritating fight when we get there. Would they invite the pirates to the castle for a dinner party? Oh, to be a fly on a wall for that little soiree. Soiree. Oh my god. Kept stumbling in that R. Can't believe those thugs got the better of us. Yeah, don't get so depressed. They're used to fighting as a group, that's all. It's not their strength so much as our weakness. We need more training. Yep, it's the evil ones. Yeah, the army versus the specialists. God, this is such a one-sided fight, it's not even funny. Speaking of other irritating fights in this tournament. They're a match short. I'd figure they would have another join in. Guess they had an ace in the hole. Estelle, Joshua, and I are also aces in the same hole, then, since we too missed the preliminaries. Perhaps that bodes well for us. Joshua, what's on? Joshua! Oh, I'm okay. No need to worry. I'm just keeping things to myself for the 700th time, as usual. Yes, cat, I know. 20,000 Mira. Good, I can go buy some armor. One piece of armor, by the way. Literally one. Uh-oh. It's the gangs. Hi there. You guys must be tired from today. Don't start acting all cocky on us. Last time we didn't have a whole lot of time to train properly. Next time, though, we'll win. Want to do this again? It's fine. If we have another chance, we'll be happy to have a rematch. Don't you think you're being a little hasty? What? If we keep up with our training, we'll be fine. See the optimistic little turtle. Here, take this. Looks like an extremely old key. It'll open up that barred-off passage in the west block. Leads to a huge underground sewer system. We got that key by chance, so we go down there every day to explore. Some really tough monsters there, so make sure you're absolutely ready. Don't get us wrong, losing to you just pissed us off, so you better win that tournament. We won't accept any less. Okay, what was that all about? I think they were trying to show us that they're rooting for us. Did they show up in the second game? Just go ahead and tell me. It's just your manly nature, Estelle. You're a very violent person. Manly, violent. What are you trying to say, Joshua? We should accept whatever Goodwill is offered. I mean, who doesn't want us to beat the specialists? But first... Of course, I can't set up my courts on the other guys because I don't have them in the team. Oh, excuse me. So it looks like the sewers are actually optional. Just glancing here. I mean, there's nothing down there. There's no treasure. That's the catch. It's literally just a place you can go grind. You all know how much I love grinding. Let's go turn in first. This actually isn't our last chance to go there. Wait, how did water ruin the tea? They have a special club name for the boyfriends, and they call themselves the Specialists, Mr. Red. Okay. You don't know Second Lieutenant Lawrence's personal history. The Intelligence Division's new. Colonel Richards suppresses all information regarding them since inception. Yeah. Includes information on the Lieutenant. Joshua, you seem pretty caught up with the guy in red. Something we should be watching out for? Just need to know who we're facing. Anything that can give us an edge in the tournament. Please stop lying for 5 seconds, Joshua. Today at noon, a military patrol vessel is arriving at the landing port. The passenger was the Colonel's right-hand woman, Captain Amalthea. The witch used Tita to threaten the professor. She's traveling through all the major cities. Her arrival was unexpected and caused all civilian airship lines to run late. Wait. That's somehow worse, Mr. Red. Niles. How have you been? Don't tell me you came here to see little old us. Okay, I won't tell you. I'm doing interviews with the tourney contestants from my article. Figured you folks would be my best bet for getting the inside story. I was hoping I'd get a chance to ambush you for an interview at the hotel. You're way too good at your job, you know that. Well, it's not that we're not glad to see you. This is you we're talking about. What's your angle? Hunting for the next big story, I'll bet. You will me to the quick, kid. I've been like a big brother to you. You scratch my back, I scratch yours, and now you think of me as nothing but a news hound. And I've already read this. No. Okay, just double checking. Because I've got the newspaper thing here. Whoops. Shoot. Hang on. Dang it, this freaking game, I swear. We know you're nothing but a news hound. Not to mention the age difference, a little much for us to think of you as a brother. Ah, shut it. That's how you're gonna be. I'm leaving, and you're coming with me. Good. There's this quaint little eatery next door to where I work. Perfect place to sit and talk. It's a nice little place. Feels like a bar. Less like a bar, more like a coffee shop. That might explain the smell of coffee. I hear the owner started up this place as a hobby. Brew here is amazing. Plus, he took some advice from someone later on and added curry rice to the menu. Curry with coffee? That'll never catch on. Not so fast. We're just in the big match. We're pretty damn hungry. I'm not going to smell anything without eating food. Fine, I'll buy you dinner. While you're stuffing your faces, you can be the exclusive on any news you found. And there's the pitch. By the way, isn't Dorothy with you today? Nah, I gave her something else to work on. Come on. Look, they have baguettes. And coffee. And curry. Nothing beats ribs covered in sauce with some potatoes that are cooked just right. That was curry. I know, curry's the sauce. Way to eat up a man's paycheck, you guys. I don't know how I'm supposed to afford all this in a reporter's salary. Now it's a great meal, and great meals don't come cheap. Okay, you're saying something about an interview? I'm gonna write a story about extortion. Moving on. There ain't been much to confirm the Queen's really been taken ill after the Guardsmen went all terroristy. What I need to clear some info is what hasn't been combed over and cleaned up by the military. I heard a little tip from Dorothy about the kidnapping at Zeiss. Look, let me get straight to the point. I know you got Colonel Richard by the proverbial tail. I just need to know how hard you hold it on. I'm gonna be blunt there. Sounds like you already figured out an awful lot. I knew he was crooked. Before that interview in our magazine bumped his popularity, he wasn't really known or worth paying attention to. The guy's been planning his moves every step of the way. Yeah, right now we can't say for sure he's planning some kind of treason against the throne. But he is definitely manipulating the Duke somehow. Doing it. He's taking advantage of the Queen's poor health, acting like he owns the castle. What I don't get is why none of the military bigwigs are making their move. What do you think, Joshua? Should we tell him? We could definitely use some fresh intel ourselves. As long as he scratches our back, let's scratch his. Hey, now you two know something, don't you? We would have told you sooner, but anything we say from here has to be completely off the record. Hope you're ready for this. Ah, crap, I'm not gonna like this, am I? Fine, say what you're gonna say. Explain. You said you were ready for this. That's just no way. You really serious? I'm afraid so. The special ops soldiers were behind the Sky Bandit incident as well as the arson. Not to mention the kidnapping of the kingdom's greatest scientific mind. General Morgan's the top of the chain of command, and even he is basically under arrest. All the terrorist-style activities are being made to look like the guardsmen are doing it. I had enough. You made your point. Damn it, I can't even put a word of this. The army censors have their stamps all over the latest issue. They did their work at the final printing stage. Yep. If you were wondering why the previous newspaper was so fleeced, that's why. I'm left with nothing to cover except this damn tournament. Wait a minute, you two have something up your sleeves, don't you? That's why you're in the tournament. You could say that. We can't give you all the details on our current request, but we do think we need to make a move just to break the deadlock. You don't say. Alright then, since I can't do anything as a reporter, might as well pitch in. I'll see what I can dig up. I got a few sources with fingers in places the Guild would never go. That'd be a big help. Doing anything to oppose the military is going to be a risky proposition. You sure you're okay with this? Let me deal with that. That's a good chance ever to prove the pen really is mighty than the sword. Understood. Yeah, leave it to me. What do you want more information on? The army's movements would be good. And also knowing whether or not all of the Royal Guardsmen have been arrested. Also where General Morgan's being held. Got it. All that stuff's I've been thinking about too. I'll check him out. Anything else? Maybe some background info on someone in the intelligence division? You mean like a background check? Yeah, Colonel Richard, Captain Amalthea, and Second Lieutenant Lawrence. If we have to face any of them, the more we know, the better our odds. You know the enemy, know yourself. You need not fear the result of 100 battles. And you can bet the Colonel's working on the same principle. They'll probably be watching the fights tomorrow and the next day. You can imagine it now? I know a few Army folks. I can't get you anything classified, but I might be able to scare up some profile info. I'll see what I can do. Thank you, you're a lifesaver. We appreciate it. Yeah, don't sweat it. You can pay me back by winning the championship and filling me in on what you hear at the dinner party. Yes, I know, Cat. You exist. Translation. That is the second time the game has said, go grind in the sewers. You get the feeling they didn't want to balance this properly, so they just gave the player access to a place to go grind out. I can just feel that. Oh crap, all our QA testers say this section's too rough. I've got an idea. I was gonna say, since we should still, as of this moment, I think, have access to palms, that would actually be more lucrative than hitting the sewers. Which just gives in even more defense there. Okay. EP3. Action 2. Not for another hour, although I might cut off early just to go grind. Just so we don't run into issues with the finale. And by the finale, I mean the tournament. Because I don't remember the tournament fondly. Cast 2. I don't have a cast 2. Range 1. Shield 3, which I should have. Yep, there it is. And Mind 3, which I also don't have. Okay, what else we got? Not you. I know you think I'm talking to you. I'm sorry, Cat. How does he talk to himself all day? It's so weird. God. Not you, Cat. What? What's up? Oh, okay. No, entity. Yeah, FF12 is very much a pre-battle strategy. Excuse my own terminology there. Where's hit? Oh, there's hit. So I'm missing what? Nothing from there. EP2, EP2, action 2, nothing from there. I need a cast 2 and a mind 3. I might actually have that. Cast 2, mind 3. Cast 2, mind 3. Whoop, wrong person, wrong person. Cast 2, mind 3. 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 Cast 2. But I don't have enough water. What about him? Petrify, evade 2. Scent. Attack 3 or hit 3. I'll put attack 3 there. Action 2. And defense 2. Defense 3. I'm just gonna do defense 3. So all I'm missing is a mind 3 right now. Let's see if anything in the sewers actually drops water. I think it's this way. Just while I'm here. Is that not the... I was going to say about one of FF12's biggest problems. FF12 has good pre-battle strategy and has good setup. I love the Gambit system. I love how they have that lined up. It's a great system. It's cool. It's awesome. It's amazing. There's one huge problem with 12. And that is the fact that it has way too much combat. It's satisfying seeing your combos work and adjusting them on the fly and tinkering and all that kind of fun stuff, right? That's all cool. And it is. What is less cool is how much of it you have to do. Honestly, if you cut the amount of encounters by like half in FF12, maybe even less than that, I would say that it would be a much better game overall. It's also too grindy to actually get up there in power level. And worse, the power progression curve is kind of wonky in 12 as well. Yeah, no kidding, Sorura. So, favorite JRPG gameplay mechanics that are not from the Final Fantasy series. Okay, so they do drop water. That's actually good. No, yeah, that was a decent chunk of Sepith. You notice I'm still here instead of leaving immediately.
Enjoy the show.
Yeah, 30 water is not too shabby. You know what? Okay, so... let's see. It has to be a JRPG. It has to be gameplay. It has to not be Final Fantasy. But it also has to be something that is good on the gameplay axis. Oh, I know, Sorura. No argument there. In a lot of the FF games, level only really gives you health. That's actually been true since the SNES era.
Hmm. Oh, don't even get me started about the RNG of 12. That's probably the biggest issue with 12. Hang on. I'm trying to think of good things, not bad things. Hang on. Good things, not FF, gameplay. See, the problem I'm having, Kennex Cow, is I'm trying not to just list 3 things that Paper Mario 2R does. Like, I'm sorry, Paper Mario 2R is a really good game. I'm just gonna lay that out there. I think it's top 5 right now for us. Can someone double check that? Where is Paper Mario 2R on the list right now? Okay, so I need Mind 3, right? Yes. I have over here. I know, Ken. I know. Chrono Trigger has a very good chance at breaking into the top range there. So does FF6, just to be very honest about that. So does Dragon Quest V, so does Dragon Quest XI. All of those games have a shot at the top. Past that, I'm not sure, honestly. I'm not sure what else there is that we haven't covered that has a shot at the top 25 range. Blade of all things, Star Ocean 2R has a shot at the top. I can't speak to that. I've played Star Ocean 2. I would go so far as to say it's the only Star Ocean game I've ever liked. I don't think Triangle Strategy is going to be good enough to sit in the top 25 range. I could be wrong. Just as a look really quick here, if we just look at the top 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, 13, 14. 22. So right now, Oblivion, that's actually funny, is the 25th best game we've covered. To get into the top 25, you have to break 262 golden number. That's very high. So something that could be, I know, right, Easel? I didn't plan that. Something that could break 262. Again, the 4 JRPGs we just mentioned, I think, have a shot. Yes, what? What do you want from me? Oh my god, Cat. What is with you today? We haven't scored pretty much any Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest. But as far as like big games, like really well scoring games, like we've covered a lot of the major franchises at this point. It's one of the reasons the top 25 is starting to settle a little bit. There's obviously new games, which I can't speak to. Well, like I said, Dragon Quest V and 11 both have a very solid shot at the top 25 range. Anyways, by the way, Paper Mario 2 is fourth. Misread that for a second. I'm just going to cheat to answer Saber for Wife's question. So let's just pull up the Paper Mario 2R review. And let's pick out 3 things that this game does well on the gameplay axis. So let's go ahead and get this out of the way. The specific implementation of the action command system in Paper Mario 2. Now, to be clear about that, it's not the action command system in general, because some of the games like Super Mario RPG or most of the Mario and Luigi games screw that up. But Paper Mario 2 in specific hits a very good sweet spot in interactability without being aggravating.
It's not too mandatory. It's still a bonus thing. It's very helpful in punching above your weight and can reduce grind in the game. And it feels rewarding and it feels intuitive and blah, 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 blah. Unlike, say, the Mario and Luigi games, which it just becomes a whole mini game to do a spell, which is then mandatory because the game has been balanced around you doing those spells. Or some of the earlier games where you can barely accomplish it at all and it doesn't really do much to bonus it. So, I'll pick that as number 1. I'm actually going to pick Paper Mario 1 for the power progression curve, for basically the same reason, though. Gaining 5 health at a level up, gaining 1 additional badge, gaining 1 increase in attack or defense, being a huge power boost. I love that, and it's great for a lot of reasons, which we discussed when we were reviewing Paper Mario 1 and 2. I know it seems like I'm just going for simple, but no, there's actually a lot of very fundamental reasons why bringing the numbers way down to the single-digit range when it comes to stats really changes the dynamic of enemy design and encounter design, difficulty curve, your own power progression curve, and the kind of options you have when it comes to builds, right? There's a lot you can do when 1 additional defense is a huge increase in your power output, right? And I talked about that during this one. So that's point number 2. Point number 3. Still looking at Paper Mario 2 here. See, the thing is, a lot of what it does good well is on the narrative axis, too. See, now I'm torn. As a point of interest, looking at the top 25 really quick, there's only 1 JRPG in the top 25 as of this moment in time. Again, we haven't covered the Dragon Quest, we haven't covered the Final Fantasies, but the only one that is that high up is Paper Mario 2R. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to pick one other thing, and that is the extremely well-designed inventory system from Dragon Quest Builders 2. No, I have not covered Persona or SMT, although I'm going to be very honest, I don't think either of those franchises are top 25 material. What am I doing? I mean, SMT is straight up vetoed, so that's not going to happen. Several of the Persona games are certainly solid, but I don't think they're going to be that solid. To get that high up, you don't only have to be good, you have to also not be bad. And there's a few other things, too. Put simply, you have to have good density and good ratio and good core design on both axes in order to get that high on the list. Having said that, Persona 5R, well, might contest that. I think if anything's going to get that high up, it'll be that one. StarCraft 2 is cheating. I have put literal thought into just kind of putting StarCraft 2 off in its own category. Just over there, because it really is cheating. It's the gold standard. No, I don't mean like as a metaphor. I mean more or less literally. It's the golden number standard, right? Yeah, it's 3.5 games in one. Anyways. Hang on, let's make absolutely sure I get a backup save here in case I decide to go grind. You're thinking of the remaster. By the way, sorry I didn't say hi, Shinrayan. Hi, Shinrayan. This game, the remake of this game came out yesterday. Is probably what you're thinking of. This game came out in 2011. I think. I might be wrong about that. Because I think the PSP version of this game came out in English in 2011. The original game came out in 2004. Right. Battle time. This next boss is going to be a little bit mean. Oh, hi, Dorothy. Yeah, the remake is fully voice acted. I believe it's based on the Daybreak engine, is what people keep telling me. Yes. Trails in the Sky 2 has a huge gap in release. Something I'll talk about when we get there. I was going to say, your friends look kind of familiar. Seem to recall encountering you in the city of Bose. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. We passed each other by near the hot springs. Well, the drink and run guy, and the bear in Eastern clothing. Are you and Joshua fighting alongside these two? Yep. We're on Zen's team, the bear in Eastern clothing, as you put it. What about you? Well, until yesterday I was working on another story. Niall told me this morning I should check out the martial arts competition. You're as strong as you said you were. I was going to make for some great pictures. Is Niall with you? Well, I guess he had something important to check up on. I think he was up all last night wrestling with a bunch of papers or something. He told me he was going to go talk to an old acquaintance. Oh, he wanted me to pass on a message. He says you should come by the editorial department this evening. Okay. Would you stop it? How very cruel, Estelle. After our passions burned so strongly just yesterday, am I merely refuse to be discarded when circumstance affords me no immediate use? Would you please stop talking like that? Oh, Estelle, I had no idea. Isn't he a little old for you, though? He's talking about the tournament. We're not... Oh. Really, DZ Maven? That's interesting. So in our non-backup save. Round 2. That's funny, Easel. Match is due to start soon. Where's the other team? Kind of strange. Maybe something's holding him up. We're moving. Quit rushing us. Ugh, why things have to turn out like this? Come on, bro. Come on, don't be all sad on us. We keep our fighting spirits in case we end up fighting them today. You. So it was your team. I should have known they wouldn't show up in a timely fashion. Guess we won't be fighting you a lot today after all. Looks like you got lucky this time. I've been hoping we get matched up with you so we can give She-Man their lesson. Oh, you did not. Hey, no idle chatter. Did you forget it's only by his grace's generosity you're even in this competition? Come now, soldier. You don't need to worry about this. Have we not been well behaved so far? And I hope you decide to keep that up until you go back to jail. Don't even talk to them. Don't make any trouble. We won't make trouble for you. I don't think there'll be a problem. They want to clobber us tomorrow, that's all. I think you know this, but there's a full company of soldiers here on security detail. Don't even start imagining you have a chance of escaping. We know already. We're not idiots. God, you guys are a real eyesore. Why don't you just go already? Don't let the kid provoke you. Don't try any funny business. Hey, what's going on? How'd you guys wind up in the martial arts competition? Is it really because Duke Dunan allowed it? Yeah, seems that way. He supposedly called for us specifically. But if we do, the lighter our sentence gets. Gotta be kidding me. It's a little strange for a constitutional monarchy. Seems the Duke is the mischievous sort. You won't see us complaining. I'd rather work off my sentence than spend it in prison. But then that's not the only reason. What's that supposed to mean? Ah, shut it. Ain't any of your business anyhow. It matters to us. So if you're not here to fight us, then you're here to take on the special ops soldiers? But how? Damn straight we are. They're supposed to be our allies. They screwed us over. They used us to help expand the intelligence division's influence and tossed us aside. We're idiots, plain and simple. We got double-crossed. And that really sucks. Yeah, I suppose so. Come to think of it, I even feel bad for you guys. Listen, we don't want your damn pity, because I'm a terrible character. You owe us, don't you forget it. Huh? What do you mean by that? Don't you remember last time we met? It'd be a bad thing if you-know-who found out that you stuck into Lyston Fortress, right? We don't like those jerks too much either, so we didn't say anything. Hey, you ought to thank us. Thank you for keeping it to yourselves. I'd love to hear more. No, Olivier. Hate to interrupt, but it's time for the boss. That's really weird, Diesel. And DZ Maven. And Sora Cookie. It's weird, is what I'm trying to say. Hello, cat. Oh, time to fight the other bracers. So this could be a fun fight, or it could be a really, really terrible fight. Hey. Zin the Immovable. I always wanted to go up against you at least once. There's Kurt. Wow, that was just fast. I didn't get a chance to go yet. Okay, so let's buff then, as is our usual. Ow. So, please don't hold this against me, but I've actually played Nocturne. Most of it. And that was enough for me to never want to touch the series again. So she won't go that quickly. It's just not my thing. I'm willing to accept that. Let's go ahead and stand over here. Ow.
By my art, I'm hard as steel.
Ugh. Yes, Czar. Granted, I've never liked the SMT series, but Nocturne was actually my very first exposure to it. So I suppose that's where it comes from. Yeah, for what it's worth, from what I understand of people who are actually fans of the series, honestly, they probably should have kept going like they did in Nocturne.
Hey, over here! One, you Gilla.
Aw, resist. I mean, I'm not going to tell you I'm a huge fan of the Persona games either. I'm not a very good liar. But yes, is the answer to that. I got extremely lucky on those procs, so this is going to be a joke now. Yeah, I've seen the same thing, Serrani.
That's that. Let's move out.
That's not a small amount of Sepith. I'll take that. So, yay! Victory by luck. I never thought Zin the Immovable was really that capable. Hey, give me some credit. Don't think I had one if not for the others backing me up. Yeah. Yeah, SMT just doesn't have the reach that Persona does either. Not that there aren't SMT fans, but there's no denying SMT is just more of a niche title than Persona is. Persona 3 made a bit of a splash outside of Japan. And then Persona 5 sold pretty damned well. And then Persona 5 was a legitimate smash hit. So... that was a pretty exciting match. I suppose it wasn't too bad. Thank you. So what's the deal? Why are you guys congratulating us? Got a fever? I'm not congratulating you, little punk. It's just that it would be annoying to lose so easily to the group that drove us up a wall. You've got a snappy comeback for everything, don't you? Does she ever get better? Josette, I mean. I know lots happening between us, and you still cheered us on. We appreciate it. Look, I'm trying to tell you we're not cheering you on. Have fun. Time to teach us sneaky assholes a lesson. Keep him. Watch out for their commanding officer. Keep him pinned down, and you'll have a fighting chance. Okay? I mean, shut up. It's none of your business anyway. You little master bender. Yeah, we really ought to thank the Duke for this chance. What's so damn funny? You're orphans of the Capua family, one of Erebonia's ruined noble families. You lost your territory to a corrupt merchant and only survived by taking to air piracy. I was just thinking about what a touching story that is. What the hell? How do you know about that? Did you forget we're part of the Intelligence Division? You're better off abandoning your little quest for revenge and just serving your time quietly. It does seem you're trying to go straight at least. You sure love to run your mouth, don't you? Time for you to taste a few orbital-powered bullets. Yeah, I was to say, you don't even have a dedicated sprite. You're a recolor. And a very irritating fight to boot. Yeah. These guys are such jackasses. And dead. Ew, the winner is the Jackasses. Oh man, they lost. They were doing pretty well at first. It all fell apart when the fellow in red started in, though. Definitely not an opponent we traveled with. I don't think he was even trying as hard as he could. I can't get a real read on his real strength. Please tell me you're joking. No, I think it's the truth. The last technique didn't feel like it was even that focused. He's still got plenty we haven't seen yet. It's crazy. Yep. Sorry, you guys. I'm trying to cheer us up, please. We got slaughtered out there. Damn it all. My support tactics weren't so worthless. It wasn't your fault. I'm the one who wasted all that energy on attacks that didn't do anything. Okay, sometimes it comes down to more than who's stronger. We're gonna get him back for you when we fight him tomorrow. What? Make it sound so simple. I'm not fond of promising what I'm not sure we can deliver. Battle has to be one in the mind before it can be one in the flesh. That's a fine saying. 'Tis as if you and Estelle speak with the same mind, but you, sir, with more golden. Oh, yeah. Looks like you're finally done. We're the evil guards. Just got done fighting. Can't you give a few minutes to rest? You know, for hardened criminals, you sure act like spoiled brats. Hey, brace your jerks. We ain't gonna be here tomorrow, but you better damn well win. Let those assholes beat you, or you're gonna have to hell to pay. $40,000, Mira. I can afford one more piece of armor. I mean, I don't want to go too much into this, but I'm pretty sure we still don't know who the Grandmaster is. It could be someone without a portrait, I'm just saying. Bye, Olivier. That was disorienting. It's Hampton. Oh man, I haven't talked to this person. Oh. Yes, I am in fact looking for the news place. I thought it was on the West End, but I am obviously wrong. I was just there! Damn it. This is literally the first place I went to. God damn it. Lots of my editors and writers always get sick near deadline. It's an unfortunate cocktail of stress, insomnia, and poor diet. Or others just playing hooky. Hey, you're here. Amazing. Dorothy actually got the message to you guys and didn't screw it up. Will miracles never cease? So I hear you won your match today. Dorothy was in an absurdly cheerful mood when she got back from it. Cool. Now, about what we discussed earlier. Straight to business. Take a look. Got some background on those big shots. Is Royal Army? Yeah, nothing super secret, but I was able to get out some documents. Let's just say they're on loan from some of my army contacts, but keep it under your hat. Let's go ahead and read it here. Person who barely has a portrait. Age and nationality unknown. Member of Jester, who was invited by Colonel Richard to join the intelligence division. Previous activities unknown. He's been in disguise all along. He's not even from the barrel. What's up with his old job as a mercenary being one big blank spot? I don't know. Jaeger Corps are best known for mercenaries in the business for good reason. No kidding. Maybe the Colonel was just looking for a really skilled fighter? It's a possibility. I think I've heard of this Jester somewhere before. Captain Canone Amalthea. Excellent grades at the military academy, earned to replace in the staff of the military operations first office shortly after graduation. Reassigned to the newly formed intelligence division on Colonel Richard's recommendation. Later appointed Kerchwich's aide-de-camp, assisting directly with military operational command. Colonel Richard, the bad guy. Graduating head of his class from the military academy, later assigned to mobile task force led by Cassius Bright. Recognized for distinguished service under Cassius Bright in the Hundred Days War. Appointed to staff of the Military Operations Personnel Office after Colonel Bright's retirement. Suggested formation of Intelligence Division. Queen Alicia approves the request and appoints him as first commander of the new branch. Pretty impressive. He is the man in charge. I always seemed to be pretty sharp. Looks like Major Sid was right about him serving under Dad 10 years ago. Dad really was a colonel. I wonder why he retired. I mean, he had respect and fame and all that. Thanks for this now. At least we know a little more about who we're dealing with. As long as it's useful. I learned a few juicy tidbits, too. For example, First Lieutenant Julius Schwartz of the Royal Guardsmen, Colonel went for questioning, was in the Academy the same year as Captain Amalthea. Never get off the impression they got along that well. Maybe because they were Academy rivals. Canone's got the brains, Julie's got the skills. Pretty big difference there. I see. Looks like Julie's always been the super serious knightly type. Next up, and this has nothing to do with military, mind you. You kids know about Princess Claudia, right? Sounds familiar? Remember, sir, she was orphaned when the Crown Prince and his wife died. She's the granddaughter of Her Majesty Queen Alicia. Right, she's not well known, but she's the direct descendant of the queen. What I can dig up, she lives in the royal keep. Pretty much stays there most of the time. Seems someone's been looking for prospective marriage candidates for her. It's not super unusual for rich families, but still, just gross. Word. That's not the point. The issue here is, who is this someone? Spot on, kid. Not bad, kid. Colonel Richard's been scouring foreign countries for a suitable candidate. Isn't that kind of weird? Why would he be involved in setting up arranged marriage? Pretty interesting, isn't it? It's because he's running the country, Estelle. And arranging political marriages to secure alliances is what the leader of a country does. You're not shy about asking for stuff, are you? Hey, I got you information. It's called give and take, sweetheart. True, and it's been helpful. If all goes well today, I might even need to rely on you two. Oh. Excuse me for a sec. Hello, Liberal News. Oh, it's you. I've been waiting for you to call in. Start it now? Okay. What's going on? Sorry to cut and run, but I gotta meet someone. Sounds like you're in for a late night. Sun's going down as is. Yeah, I'm a night owl anyways. I'm only up during the daytime while the crazy chick is being trained. No biggie. You guys just kick back and relax while I'm out. Good luck with your work. Don't screw up tomorrow's match. Back to the guild. Also, in my defense, I keep listing the camera north because it's easier to navigate the town that way. Just to defend myself, briefly. So, here's what we learned. The Jaeger Corps known as Jester. First I've heard of that name. I'll look it up. Do the Guild and the Jaeger Corps even work together? Not at all. If anything, we consider one another to be business rivals. We make it our business not to interfere in matters of state, whereas Jaegers largely revel in such matters. They're often employed in border disputes and have opposing viewpoints with us regarding the safety of the common man. I wouldn't say there's no chance of getting information on this. With a bit of cloak and dagger, we can find something out. So, you go keep doing your championship. Also, regarding the Colonel's hunt for Princess Claudia's future husband, we've uncovered a few information bits there. A member of the Imperial Royal Family will be arriving in Gransel during the Queen's birthday celebration. Interesting. We don't know their name, but we do know this is the first time someone from the family has come to Liberl since the war 10 years ago, so this is fairly significant news. I see. You're right that it does seem connected with talk of Princess Claudia's marriage. I don't actually know a thing about the royal family. I mean, the only Imperial I've ever met is Olivier. The princess just celebrated her 16th birthday. It seems much too early for her to be married. Thank you. I suspect there's politics at work here. Really? It's the appropriate age for a young lady to make her debut in high society. But unless we're reverted to a much more repressed time, it is much, much too soon for marriage. Indeed, I suspect this is a political move to push this for wedlock. And finding the motive will no doubt prove to be a valuable endeavor. Got something for you here. It's the Gransel Sewer Key. Translation. Go grind. No, really. Go grind. Why aren't you grinding? Why aren't you grinding yet? What? What? What do you want? What? What do you want from me, Cat? Hi. How are you? Nighttime patrols have been increased as part of the counterterrorism measures. Best to avoid going out after 9. You two should have gone home. I think it's a little obnoxious. What if you need to go out at 9? It's the higher-ups who make the decisions, miss. Sorry to cause any trouble, but everyone has to abide by the rules. By the way, where is it you two live? We're staying at the hotel on the North Block. We'll be there for the duration. Hold on a second. I can swear I've seen you two somewhere before. Hey, the kids are in the tournament. Not to mention it. Oh, were you guys in the audience? Well, we were on the security detail. Today's match was pretty incredible. Tomorrow's the championship, though. We'll escort you to the hotel so you can rest up. Very well, we accept. Thanks. Thanks for escorting us. We appreciate it. You gotta be kidding. We're big fans of yours. We're all in the same army, but I don't know. Those special op types just rub me the wrong way. I don't get what goes through their heads. Don't you think talking like this is disrespectful to Colonel Richard, though? That's why we're putting so much faith in your participation. Good luck. Right. It's all kind of complicated. I don't think those guys know about the Colonel's plot. They seem to think the intelligence division are just regular soldiers. Whatever info comes down the chain of command, they accept as truth. I hate to make any of them since they're rooting for us and all. Oh my god, Dakota. Regardless of anything else, it'd be wisest not to stir up trouble with the rank and file. What do you say we rest in a room? Okay. I guess. We have to go up to our room. Oh no, it's one bedroom again. Sorry. Be on alert when we go inside and be ready for a fight if things don't look right. I think we've got a trespasser. There might be explosive sets, so be careful. I need you to exactly as I tell you, no questions. If you'd rather stay out here, that's fine. God, Estelle, keep up a little bit. I know he's smarter than you. Let's get the sense anyone's been in here. Nor does it feel like there's any traps set. You can seriously just tell? It's a letter. For me? Tonight at the stroke of 10, come to the cathedral. Please tell no one of this. That's it? What cathedral? The huge church of the West Block? It's almost 10 now. Well, sounds suspicious, but it's time to save, so we can do this. Absolutely not. What? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell. Look, didn't those soldiers just say they were going to reinforce tonight's patrols? You can bet they'll be keeping close watch on the West Block. Still, I hate to just pretend we never got it. I'll go by myself. Huh? It's easier for one person to stay hidden than two. I shouldn't have any real trouble. Listen, if all I'm doing is scoping out, I can handle it on my own. I just need to say, hey, no, I'm no less bracer than you are. I can handle myself and I won't slow you down. Your silver tongue's not going to work on me this time. Still, that's not what I meant. I know it's not that you don't trust me. I can tell that you're worried about me. Or that you're worried for me. What are you not telling me? How can you tell I'm keeping something from you? I'm closer to you than anyone, Joshua. There's nothing you can keep from me, not for very long. Yeah, Joshua... Impressed. Alright, if you want to come with me, I won't try to stop you. It's almost 10, though. We gotta hurry. If anything goes wrong, do as I tell you. Save. Thank God I have access to the legendary save feature. So this is actually an interesting concept. The more you get caught, the easier it gets, but the lower your rewards. That's actually not a bad concept for a stealth section. Yeah, apparently lighting does actually change their overall visibility. And I don't know if you've noticed, but this camera, no matter what way you have it faced, actually has fairly large blind spots to it. Which is why I'm juddering it around so much. Forgive me for that. Okay. So So it almost has to want me to go this way. That doesn't make any sense. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way it's gonna make me go the... I didn't even see that guy. I don't even see that guy. Here's what a stealth section is what that dialogue just was. Ah! I was turning the camera! Screw you! Screw it! Screw it! Slowly removing these people from existence. Whoops, I went too far. There we go. Okay, now. Can I seriously? Oh my god, are you kidding me with this crap? I can barely see where I'm going here. Okay. I just had to remove a few people from existence, give up on BP in order to do this. I'm just murdering guard left and right. Hang on. We're actually on a new page, holy crap. Oh god, there's a book in that section? You've got to be kidding me! Sorry, Estelle, I guess I misunderstood. You came after all. It's the nun from earlier. Hi. Aren't you the nun from before? The one who was attacked in the scenery? Thank you for what you did back there. I assume you got my message? That it was yours, but why would you do something so secretive like just to say thanks? Ah, now I get it. It was her all along. You're very observant, Joshua. Pardon me then. Allow me to get more comfortable. What? It's Lieutenant Schwartz. And hers is much bigger than mine. Lieutenant Julia Schwartz, Commander of the Royal Guardsmen at your service. It's been a long time, you two. I knew you'd come. Nice to see you again, Lieutenant. Last time was back in Rouen, right? Yes. Hasn't been that long, but it feels like ages. Hey, hold on a second. Why are you in that getup? Why'd you call us here? Estelle, are you stupid? Oh, I'm sorry. I withdraw the question. First, the close. The Septian Church has long had deep ties with the royal family. Colonel Richard's little conspiracy had us on the run. And they've been helping us stay hidden within the city. The answer to the other question is why I called you here. If you win the final match tomorrow, you'll get invited to the dinner party. What I need you to do is get in touch with Her Majesty once you get inside. That's 2 people now who want us to talk to the Queen. Since we're basically fugitives, there's no way for us to make contact. You're the only hope we have. We're participating in the competition specifically in hopes of seeing the Queen anyway. What? Explain. Really? Mighty ideas. Thank you for your gift, most sacred. In that case, I have only one favor to ask of you. When you speak to Her Majesty, heed her counsel. The non-involvement rule still applies, even in situations like this, but we'll do everything we can. I'm grateful. Please take this with you. Here's a random question. Do we play bracers in any future games? I mean, obviously we don't in Cold Steel, because the Academy, right? Give this to Headmaid Hilda. Her Majesty's probably under heavy guard by the Spec Ops. You can trust Hilda. Sounds like a heck of a lady. Pathetic, isn't it? I was deceived and thereby failed the one I was supposed to protect at all costs, and this happened not long after I swore I'd give my life to safeguard Her Majesty from harm. You can't imagine how helpless I feel having to depend entirely on another's help. You really shouldn't be so hard on yourself. I hate to say this, but there's a chance we'll lose tomorrow's match. It's okay, I have save states. That Calvardian martial artist is extremely skilled. You're both the children of Colonel Cassius Bright. Meaning you're dead too? It is not without reason he was known as the finest swordsman in all the Royal Army, the Divine Blade. Before he retired from service, I had a chance to be trained by him when he was a martial artist instructor. If not for him, I would not be nearly as skilled as I am. Can't believe that. Dad's never ever used anything except a bow staff. I guess he gave up the sword when he decided to become a bracer. His goal wasn't to kill his enemies, he wanted to improve himself and help those weaker than he. That's why he's just so amazing. Oh my god, you guys. Cassius's dick, it's just... I'm sure he hoped you'd inherit some of the same mindset. I think he'd be proud of you. Aww. Colonel Cassius trained both of you. I have all the faith in the world you'll win tomorrow's match. 40-something, I think, entity. Pardon us, this is the Gransel City Guard. Due to the terrorist threat, we'll not be patrolling the main facilities. Apologies for the lateness of hour. Do you mind if we take a look inside? Alright, please take a moment. I'll open the door. There's the door at the back of the altar. You can get outside from there. Okay. Odd placement of this song. I would just walk back casually. Oh, managed to avoid the patrols so far. Why is this song playing here? Doesn't look like there's any soldiers this way. Yeah, I'm not sensing anyone. I guess the night patrols are finally done. Let's rest for a moment. Head back to the hotel. Okay. You could rest in your hotel where it's safe, but no. So much is going on. It's giving me a headache. I'll bet. I never would have imagined it'd be Lieutenant Schwartz waiting for us in the cathedral. Wait, so she wasn't who you were expecting? Could it be you were thinking it would be someone you'd done before? Well... Oh, sorry. I forget I said anything. Gotta remember the rules. Estelle, I won't ask you anything about before we met until you're ready to tell me. Try to be careful. It just sometimes slips my mind. Still, I think you've gotten a little stronger during our travels. Huh? It's overwhelming to think about all the people around us, each and every one of them living their own life all under the same sky, with their trails across the sky. Sorry. Every person you meet has a personality and a history and a story to tell. Every one of them is just like us, living day by day. Sometimes I just have to remind myself that no one acts without cause. Nothing happens without reason or motive or excuse. It's only when I remember that I start to feel like I might be able to reclaim the parts of me that I've lost. I'm probably just fooling myself, tricking myself into accepting things I can't change. Even so, I'm grateful for having someone with me. The sky, Dad, most of all you. So, I promise, once this whole matter's settled, if Dad comes back safely, I'll tell you everything there is to know about my past. Really? Really? With the stars about... Hang on, who do you play as Daybreak, then? In Daybreak. I know in Reverie you play as everyone. My gloom's gone fluttering away, because once you told me what you gotta tell me, I'll tell you what I gotta tell you. Oh, is this about that thing you've had in your mind? Yep. Gonna have to psych myself up for it. Psych yourself up. Is it really something so dramatic? I mean, if it's that important, I don't mind hearing about it now. Yes! Yes, Estelle! Tell him about it now! It's a delicate matter. Timing is crucial. I guess the situation does feel right. No, this is the... Oh my... Estelle, just get it off your chest. I swear, you seem like you've got ready to take on anything now. All because you've got a big talk planned. It makes no sense. We play as fixers. That's interesting. Oh, I have no idea, Zaktev. It would depend on the circumstance. Maybe he's got, like, scanners set up to scan for that kind of thing regularly. Maybe he's got some kind of security check thing going. Maybe he's just observant. You better not be comparing me to a middle-aged man. Yeah, I guess you're right. So I think we're going to do just fine tomorrow. You have more faith in me than I do. Here's the problem. Now that we have that other key, apparently we need to go get a gladiator headband, because apparently those are really useful. Since we already missed out on one of them forever. Thanks, game. Why don't we go ahead and chop it here? I'll go get a gladiator thing and maybe run in a circle for a minute. And then... I don't know. I don't know how far we'll get tonight. Not even at the last dungeon. I'll see you guys.